And awake, finally. Medicine really kicked my butt earlier. Helping a little bit, but it's not really helping at all. Cold. The chill in the air today. Really stinks. You just get things set up. I don't really want to watch too many videos. Maybe one or two. While we eat. No, this is about the tariff.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court set to hear arguments today on President Trump's authority to issue tariffs.
An appeals court previously ruled 7-4 against President Trump's authority. But one Obama-appointed judge on that panel argued Congress had explicitly granted the president broad powers in foreign affairs. The Department of Justice is expected to point to that dissent in their arguments.
President Trump is calling the matter life or death for the United States. Let's bring in the Attorney General for the United States, Pam Bondi. Madam Attorney General, thanks so much for joining Fox and Friends this morning.
Thanks. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's set up the case. I know this is going to be litigated in front of the Supreme Court, but the solicitor works for you.
He does.
Why does the president have the authority to do this?
President Trump absolutely has the executive authority
Trying to stay awake
do
this
this.
time.
Not only is it a matter of national security, but also great wealth for our country. And John Sauer is my Solicitor General. He is more than prepared
Attorney
to go,
General
Lawrence,
Bondi,
today.
can you hold on one second?
Sure.
We're just going to fix your audio for a second. But
Sure.
that's just it. I mean, what they're going to do is they're going to say this is an emergency. They're going to say that is our power. And I think the pushback with the individual that's suing is Congress has that authority to issue tariffs, or at least should be able to approve them.
I should
All right,
start
I think we
pushing
got the
premium.
Attorney General on right now.
I almost
Pam?
want to get premium myself.
Hey, Rachel. Yes,
Maybe
and
one day
Lawrence,
in the
to answer
future I
your
will.
question, the president has the authority to do this
Nice
under his
commercials.
executive authority. John
I
Sauer
like
is my
watching
Solicitor
Crowder.
General.
He does
He is
a
more than
premium
prepared.
special.
We feel very confident. And this is the most important case in front of the
yeah.
Supreme Court. John Sauer will do a great job. Not only is this about national
day,
security,
Kirby.
but also our economic security around the world. President
Think
Trump
I
just
get
secured one of the
YouTube
greatest
Premium
trade
first,
deals
though?
in the history of our country with Asia and other countries. And he
Because
has to
YouTube
be able
just
to
has
do
so
that
many stinking
to protect America. And
apocalypse,
he
right?
firmly has the right to do that under the law. John Sauer is going to do a great job. The hearing starts in about an hour. It's probably going to go 3 to 4 hours today. And we're looking forward to it. We're very much looking forward to presenting our case. Scott Bessent will be in there watching, and I believe Jamison Greer also.
Yeah. Well, Attorney General, talking about protecting Americans,
confetti
you,
pancake.
a few months ago,
They're good.
put a $50 million, you don't call it a bounty, but reward for Nicolas Maduro.
Sure
Are
did.
you surprised that no one has taken you
Little
up on
Romans
that yet?
1 for the
That
verse
no
of the
one has
day?
turned in Nicolas Maduro with
Haven't
$50
changed it. I
million,
feel like
the
it's still, it's
largest
probably going to be the verse of the
amount
week,
the federal
actually.
government has ever placed a reward for the capture.
Yeah, Rachel, it's the largest amount in
Still
the
making
history
my
of our
way
country,
through
as
First
it should
Samuel,
be.
little by
He
little.
is not a legitimate leader. He is a narco-terrorist.
Having a lot of
and
hard
he has
time
caused
reading
the
and
deaths
paying attention to the screen.
countless lives of Americans by his
Like you'll see me. I
narco-terrorist
close my eyes when
regime,
I
and the
have
drugs
YouTube videos
flowing
up.
into
Just,
our
I
country,
can't.
and it's
They give
going
me
to
the spins
stop.
when
Will we
watching
catch him? We
videos
will
and
catch
whatnot.
him. This country
I won't pay
will catch
attention to the
Maduro.
screen.
Can't talk about the details, but he should be very frightened.
Not for
All right, so
long.
let's talk about something else that came out a couple of days ago. Looks like an ISIS-inspired attack on Halloween.
I'll look all
The
around.
FBI did
I'll
a great
close my
job
eyes.
finding it,
Doesn't mean I'm
unwinding
sleeping all
it,
the
and
time.
stopping it. The amount of firearms
Trying to
found
heat
and
myself
armaments
from getting
found is
dizzy
flat
and
out
sick.
stunning. Thinking about the damage that could have been done, you got AR-15s,
They're
you got
too close.
1,600 rounds of ammo. When did you first become alerted to this potential plot, and how do you
We're good
characterize
here.
the
We're
action?
scared.
Yeah, Brian, and this shows all the great work of the men and women in law enforcement. We've been aware of this for quite a while. We were talking about it every single morning. They've been working on this for quite some time. The great men and women of the FBI, the state and local law enforcement, our U.S. Attorney Jerome Gordon in the Eastern District of Michigan. Everyone, this has been a team effort, and everyone's done an incredible job, and they've stopped a major terrorist attack. These two defendants, not only what you said, had 1,600 rounds of ammo, they had countless AR-15s, they had shotguns, they had handguns, and they were going to the range to perfect their skills. And they also, and this is all out of our indictment, by the way, because it's a pending case. I'm only saying what's in the indictment. They also had been going to the range to perfect their skills, and they had discussed the 2015 Paris attack. So they were fully planning on a terrorist attack in our country. There's going to be more to come on this, but that's what we can talk about now, Brian.
Is there any link overseas?
There'll be more to come on this. This is all I can talk about now on it. But these are
they're associated with ISIS, yes.
Work, because our incredible teams stopped a horrible terror attack on the United States of America. And this is what the great men and women of law enforcement and the Department of Justice are doing every single day. So much of it you'll never see, and that's a good thing, because plots are stopped thanks to them, and thanks to Donald Trump, who is going to keep Americans safe.
Great stuff. We really thank you for joining us this morning, Attorney General
pointing lately.
I'm Steve Doocy.
All I've been seeing on X are these Dems talking. But not one Republican, I go on their post in the comment section, not one Republican leader or elected official goes on and counters any of their points. Like, why? Why don't they do that? Why aren't they more vocal if they're in the right? Which I believe they are correct, but it's frustrating. They're not vocal enough. They don't defend their points enough. They just think it's a gimme every time. Several miles from Orange County chopper. Very bad idea. Yeah, that would be the most uncomfortable ride ever. I can't believe he did that. OTK legally cooked. They're not cooked. He's suing him because he's mad and upset that he got caught. Biscuit is such a big baby.
Go out and meet people in normal ways, so they view a limited dating pool and they say, okay, well, you're, Mizkif, oh, you're an accomplished streamer, you must be professional and able to handle this. But in fact, he is the least capable of handling this. In fact, he is the most fragile guy I've seen out there, period.
Absolutely fragile.
I don't know how Miz thinks he can afford this lawsuit. We'll see. I don't know how much money he has, but he's going to have a lot less after this.
Yep.
Fallen Heroes,
they're going to wipe him with
so am I. Stock says, I don't understand why Asman is included. Didn't he just watch Emmy stream and comment on things Emmy said to him? Also, Mizkif has 2 left eyebrows. Exactly. This is exactly right. It is not defamation to comment on publicly available information.
He's just trying to suck people dry, and
was commenting on a public video. And he does have private knowledge because he was called and everything else. But he never passed the line of saying, I was in the room and I saw what happened with Emmy and Mizkif, and I saw how he mounted or whatever. He didn't say that. He just said objectively what he knew and experienced. And that's not defamation, particularly in the United States where truth is an absolute defense. Hey, it's Tay for $4.99. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay, let's get down dirty. Last one we got here, last cause of action, is a declaratory judgment. Now, this is interesting.
What kind of lawyer does he have?
Mythic King. So this is saying that the defendants
that would
were trying
allow him to go through this lawsuit. It's so stupid.
Of his interest in the companies. And they're saying that there was a dispute regarding management fees. Now, this is one where I think, along with breach of contract, we need to release the contract. You guys know I love contracts. From Niji Sanji to the talent contracts to everything. I am a man of the contracts, right? Contracts make me excited. Make me very, very, very excited.
Degenerates. You guys degenerates.
And so am I when it comes to contracts. I think we need to see the contract. Now, we're going to get it as part of the legal process. Eventually, we are going to get this contract. We will see it. But why not see it now? Why not do a little leaky? Why not transfer it over? Why not pop that into my email? Release the Ms. files, right? Let's get this. Let's
Ms.
send
files
that
are probably
over to
worse than
old
Epstein
Uncle
files, honestly.
Mindset and give a nice review of this ownership
Yeah,
agreement
that's fine.
so we can see the terms. Because I guarantee you there is a reputational clause. Every single contract. In fact, every single employee out there on corporate America, corporate anything, there is a clause that says if you damage the reputation of the company, if you damage the reputation of the company,
I'm streaming on Twitch
they
again.
can cut you. Look at any employee out there. In fact, that's what people found out for Charlie Kirk, right? When they were making all those comments.
They're
about Charlie
firing
Kirk.
people.
And they got
I'm
fired
happy with
because
that.
even though what they said may not have been criminal,
Making some changes
if
at least,
hurting
you
the
know.
reputation with your public comments, they can let you go. And based on what he was saying,
Not getting
about
rid of
other
the head guy
streamers
yet,
and
though,
about
but they need to.
OTK,
They need to fire that CEO at Twitch.
that was more than enough. And by the way, he had already made statements that were more than enough to terminate him. And they'd already put him on notice about that.
He's legally fired.
What are you talking about? I just think this is such a ridiculous comment and statement in the light of what happened. So let's go over.
And how long ago was it since they fired him? Like, it's way.
Without the contract. So without the contract, I have to say, once again, Uncle Mindset here, always very fair. Always very fair. Without the contract, breach of contract is his strongest claim.
Sadly.
But strongest claim is relative. So if
everything else he has is weak.
Amazing suit, and 0 is
yeah,
no
he's
claim,
at like a 2.
I think defamation is like 0.5. It's almost nothing. The probability is so low, I can't even put it at a 1, right? Breach of contract, I don't know. It could be a 5, it could be a 6, it could be a 1, it could be a 0. I don't know until I see the contract. But I doubt
that
it is a 10.
Went without a lawyer for those contracts. And I doubt they went without a lawyer for the proceeding of firing him, too.
I don't see it that way.
Especially since he's such a
the letter from OTK
big figure in the space, in the OTK space, he was at least.
So I think that's the rub there for number 1 and number 3. And number 3, of course, declaratory judgment. That's largely dependent on the contract. Defamation. This is the most hilariously idiotic claim I've seen in a while. And I think this is throwing spaghetti at the wall, hoping that it's going to get Emery or Asmongold to settle. It's not going to happen. And they shouldn't settle. They should stand up and fight this.
And then make their lawyer fees.
And the biggest thing is it opens up discovery in a financial audit. All of his finances are going to be up. And oh boy, I am going to watch how he throws away his money to see, right? I am going to love to see how much money he has lost and how much money he has been dropping.
Isn't he gambling a lot now?
Over the last years? We're going to get to see that now, thanks to Ms. Kiff's own lawsuit.
Yep.
We're going to get to see how much he's been losing and why he's so salty. How do you feel about sailing coming to OCR as an old school RuneScape? I have no idea about that, but sounds cool, I guess. Cheetah Duck says, do you think Ms. Queef will try to twist the story about the holes in the drywall? Your Honor, those holes are from plushes being thrown at me with violent velocity. This is federal court, so
yeah. Dude's a whack job. Yep, headed over the city to a commie. Yeah, I hear her. Let's see this.
All right, it's been a while since we've done one of these little TikTok reacts. The way this typically works is you guys submit TikToks to my Discord that you see out there on the internet, whether they're funny, stupid, good takes, bad takes, whatever it ends up being. We'll look through it, and yeah, without you guys, this content wouldn't be possible. So if you enjoy this content, make sure you keep submitting them, and we'll keep doing them. All right, first up, hit a crazy clip with oh god. This is exactly what I expected. Me too. You know, hot take though, Rocket's grown on me. He's actually grown on me quite a bit. I kind of like him.
I was wrecking with Rocket a quick play the other day.
I'm not like too sad if he's on my team. I'm not saying
against the thing.
You know, he's like top tier or anything, but like you can win a lot with Rocket. It's not that bad.
And still.
Okay, all right, we gotta draw a line somewhere. All right, you can't totally do the same. Rocky, you 100% can, because you can sit 9 miles back and just bounce it off a wall. But you have to like sometimes flip over to cloak and use your blinding window and stuff like that. There's more to it than just that, right?
When I needed y'all most, y'all vanished. We now on a flying.
Wait, it's because they got nuked. What do you mean?
On a flying middle. There's 3-4 flyers in the air. Y'all ain't to be seen. I rely on the Venom team up that much. Y'all can't even touch Spider-Man no more. There's a Ultron, a new character in the air. They don't even know how to play him, man. You nowhere to be seen. Y'all really put the mask down? I'm disappointed.
Well, I mean, isn't that what everybody wanted though? Didn't everybody want Spider-Man to get sent to the farm? I mean, the Venom team up loss was actually kind of. I was a Spidey main, but I haven't touched Spidey in months. I got a calc final. All the Spider-Man players like finishing school. Is that what's going on? Oh god. Okay, next.
The problem with Ultron isn't his low healing. It's the game he's been put into. Making the best decisions on Ultron is still weaker than using Invis Woman's shield or...
I'm gonna let it finish. But I feel like as this week goes on into the next week, I feel like the anti-Ultron propaganda is getting weaker and weaker.
I think Ultron's still strong.
Low key
still has
is becoming better.
Especially triple heals.
Also, I still hate playing with one on my team. And I don't like playing against him either.
Making the best decisions on Ultron is still weaker than using Invis Woman's shield or...
This one is quiet though.
And big circle healing ultimates that make you invulnerable for 12 seconds outperform Ultron's ult in every way. His ult leaves him vulnerable to regular damage. It's one of the shortest support ults and does no good damage to separate it from just being used to heal. It's not like everyone thinks he's boring either. If this is going to be the strategist role, let them stand on their own 2 feet and strategize. Lower the healing and increase the damage. The player base needs different strategist playstyles to be viable or they will get bored of the role. But the devs think anything can coexist with ultimates that put out 250 healing per second. What do you guys think?
My selfish take for the longest time is I wanted to see Ultra or not Ultron. Rivals go the opposite direction of Overwatch, where Overwatch went with supports where they're like DPS, they're hybrid DPS healers, and playing tank is miserable in that game. I liked that Rivals was like much more heal based.
I kind of want to get back into Overwatch too, honestly.
I thought it was more in line with what a lot of casual players like. Competitive, no, but competitive players will always persevere. They will always find a way to break shit. And so I was curious to see what that would look like long term. I wonder if their fear is if they make too strong of DPS support, that people will gravitate towards that and not actually use the healing ones as much. But also that could just be the support ults are so strong on things like Luna that like there's no reason never to not have those. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, though, always good videos.
I feel like the uptime on Ultron
it's funny the Ultron narrative is slowly changing over time. Okay, next.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Just empty third plate.
Keep going. Pretty sure those are bad guys.
Died from cringe. So the guy earlier who was like, where did all the Spidey players go? I found him. I found the Spuddy players.
They
They died of a heart attack off on the side.
slow walk
They
to
realized
each
that
other.
everyone hated them. And all of a sudden, they went from being the protectors of the city to the most hated. J. Jonah Jameson was right.
Jeff, get in there.
Wait, how do you get in there? Yo, free my boy. He didn't do nothing wrong. Yo, free my boy. He did nothing wrong. Also, while I have you, hot take, dude. I like the Jeff changes. Not because it's strong. Like realistically, it's terrible.
You like the
but
syrup
it
off the
shows one thing, and one thing only: the power of feedback in video games.
Yeah, there is a
make
lot of power of
character
feedback.
in the video game be the most shit character
It's
on the
actually what
planet.
the receptive,
But if you make it feel
creators are
fun and
receptive.
responsive to play, people are gonna enjoy it. If you play Jeff and just like fire hose the enemy team and your team a little bit, you're just constantly getting serotonin feedback, like the, and it just feels fun.
Welcome home, Bubby.
My favorite late night activity while drop farming has
How
been
are
to
ya?
turn my brain off and play Jeff in quick play. It is genuinely top 5 fun experience I've had in
How's the
Rivals.
gym?
Is it a good at the? Is it good like good to win? No. Am I having a blast? Yes. Next.
Widow's team up is not just a piercing shot. They made it look really bad in the trailer. What you get is you get a really long uptime piercing shot. It can't crit. That's even worse, right? Wrong. Watch this. You can pop it and animation cancel your rechambering, and this doesn't have to rechamber at
I know.
all. You can spam damage and don't have to reload. It's infinite ammo. You can fire like crazy. It is so good. You cannot toggle hip fire with it, which is kind of nice because I feel like that would be too much. This is, in my eyes, way better than the Hawkeye team up, where you could maybe one-shot with the clones and your Widow ult. Widow's going to be good with this.
I've seen a couple Widows. I don't know if I'd say Widow's good.
No.
That's actually a better team. That worked a little better than I thought. I mean, Punisher's good. I don't know. Maybe we'll give it more time. See if people start playing it more often. But
No, people are
I don't know if
playing
I'm
more
willing to
often.
say, like,
This is
Widow's
from 5
good.
months
Like,
ago.
she's
Widow
okay.
still
I
sucks.
think she's better than people think, but I wouldn't say like good. All 6 Widow mains are happy right now.
Yep.
I have never bumped into a happy Widow player. Every time I bump into a Widow player in ranked, they are either hard lock, never swap, and they're okay at the game. 2, they bitch at everyone else around them. 3, they start hard throwing because someone else is playing too many DPS characters and they want them to swap. 4, they ask everyone to swap around them. 5, they're just genuinely miserable humans. I have not met a single nice Widow player, Black Widow player in Rivals. Not one. Not one. I never see them. Very rarely. Today will be the day I feel it. No, it will not. It will not. I promise you. It will not.
Hello, Strategist & Co. You've read healing shields and damage boosts. You have 4 DPS and no heals. Let me put you on hold. You are in line. One of our qualified strategists will be with you shortly. My name's Invisible Woman, and I've been working here since the Season 1 patch.
Yo, where's the tank one? Yo, I feel like it's more solo tank these days. Where's the tank one?
Get it? My name's Invisible.
Okay, that's good, actually.
Do you have a tank? Can they absorb damage? Could we absorb damage together? It bothers me that you're not answering the question. Sometimes I need to take a break from the phones.
This is actually peak.
Luna, would you mind?
A nice deep freeze.
It's really not so bad here. Some of my fellow strategists can be a little... Oh my god. Who just leaves trash on the...
No, Rocket.
Nah, they're gonna come for you.
People like my plate.
No, actually, you know what? I think the Rocket players have cooled off a little bit. Like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm sorry. Rocket players at the start of Rivals were the most annoying of the player base.
Yep.
By far. But it wasn't totally their fault. They were kind of getting hard targeted. So I get it.
Yeah,
but
they
like,
were.
you know, now we chill. Now they're chill. We're chill. Everyone's chill. They've had a redemption arc. I love that for them. I do love that for them. They're actually very chill now.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Quiet.
Yeah,
Clearly it was Jeff's swim time.
That was actually cinema. That was actually really good. I like content like this, like super high effort. I don't know. I think it's fun.
That's great.
Dude, someone honestly, wait, maybe they could. Someone should make a tank version of this because I feel like it's the tank one this season.
You do like
Every
an
game,
Emma
I
Frost.
swear to God, I get a solo tank, and then if
I feel like
someone
I can't
else is
solo
like
tank as
willing to
Emma
swap
Frost.
tank, I always get. And this is a game versus like really good players. They're running double shield or they're running Groot Emma. I get like a penny, or I get like a mag. Who someone's like, I can only play Emma. I can only play mag, and they do it for like 2 fights. Feed, die first, swap every time, and I'm like. Now what? You get a Thor? Dude, I'll take the DPS player on a Thor because they'll just go win a 1v1 and then die. And that's totally fine with me. But the other players who try to play tank and don't know how to do it, they die 2 fights in a row to a flyer, don't know how to deal with it, and then get upset. You can't even do that. You can't even threaten them like by picking another DPS now and just running like 4 DPS. You're like, if you're throwing, I'm throwing type of thing. They don't even care anymore. They're just like,
nope.
Oh, screw it. I'll just take the L and go to the next game.
That's pretty good. Daredevil's really good this season too. Like I mean, in I got to climb out of bronze yet, but it's a little late in the season. I think I'll just play to play. And get the gold where I can get my skins and the RuneScape.
Now listen up. What if I told you that this is what the peak MMO experience looks like in 2025? And we've got stats to prove it. You're probably in one of 2 camps. Either you're vigorously nodding your head with hundreds or thousands of hours in this game, or you're on the other side, completely confused by the mechanical and visual jank in front of you. And to be honest, both reactions are valid, but to prove to you that something truly remarkable is happening here, Old School RuneScape is the only MMO to have an interest trend that looks like this, and a player population graph that looks like this. Because every other MMO is bleeding players, or at best, treading water. While other MMOs are in a managed decline, Old School RuneScape is exploding. And the fact that it's doing all of this while looking like this means it's doing something extraordinary that every future MMO developer should be paying attention to. Because the graveyard of AAA MMOs that were canceled in the last year alone is painting an incredibly bleak picture for the future of the genre as a whole. With pretty much every Western AAA MMO being canceled except for Riot's. So I'm hoping everyone on Riot's development team has put some time in Old School RuneScape so they can truly understand how an MMO like this can knock heavy hitters like World of Warcraft onto its heels. So how is it that one single MMO has consistently grown its player base over the last 10 years while every other MMO has struggled to survive? I'm glad you asked. The first and possibly the largest single contributor to Old School RuneScape's success is its infamous voting system. Developers are human. They have bad ideas, and sometimes they have horrible ideas. In order for the developers of Old School RuneScape to add new quests, skills, or quality of life changes, they have to convince the player base that it's worth it. Unlike every other MMO on the market, the developers are not allowed to unilaterally decide what will be added to the game. This acts as a simple litmus test for every piece of content they want to add to the game, and a massive filter to catch bad ideas before developers waste time and money on them. In order for a vote to pass, the developers need to obtain a supermajority. That means that 70% of the votes cast must be in favor of the change. If the players vote no, sometimes the developers throw the idea out entirely, and other times they'll take the players' feedback, refine the idea, sharpen it, and then propose it again. How many times have you you watched an MMO expansion announcement and thought to yourself, that's a horrible idea. And then you check the internet and the community is also saying that's a horrible idea. And to no one's surprise, the expansion releases and it was in fact a horrible idea, just like everyone thought it would be. Imagine being able to veto those ideas. Imagine being able to veto WoW's decision to start selling mounts in the cash shop, or being able to veto ESO's decision to add loot crates to the game. These decisions fundamentally changed the way the developers designed the entire game and their reward structures going forward. What if instead every epic item you saw someone wearing was something that you could go out and earn, something you could look forward to? What if bosses and quests didn't reward you with milquetoast looking items to compel you to spend time in the cash shop buying something better looking? Which brings us to critical item number 2, old school RuneScape's microtransaction system. And it's only fair that I provide a trigger warning for the accountants at Blizzard and ZOS and every other MMO studio. You might want to look away. Here it is. Here's every microtransaction in RuneScape. As you can see, there is exactly one purchase available, the old school RuneScape Bond. This is essentially a subscription for the game. You can buy it from the developer with real life money, or you can buy it from another player with in-game currency. If you're coming from WoW, this works exactly the same way as the WoW token. You'll notice there are no cosmetics or XP enhancers or inventory extenders. The monetization model takes us back to what was great about gaming before microtransactions, when the game was allowed to reward you with the coolest items because it wasn't trying to sell them to you in the cash shop. And by the way, back when MMOs were at their peak in popularity, this was the norm. When the MMO genre was at its peak, MMOs weren't selling you everything you were excited about wearing. Now here's when the first purchasable mount was added to the game. Now I'm not saying that this decision single-handedly caused the collapse of World of Warcraft's population from its highs, but I am absolutely saying it's part of it. Gaming is about one thing: dopamine. That's the thing that tells your body you're having a good time and you want to do more of that thing. And the single largest dopamine hits from MMOs come from finding that epic looking cape drop, or that badass looking sword, or that awesome mount. And when you got that item, you wore it with pride, because not only did it make you look good, but it also was a badge of honor. It said that you completed that piece of content. You killed that epic boss. In the rest of MMOs today, someone's appearance doesn't tell you anything other than how many times they swiped their credit card after the last cash shop update. And that's a massive loss for the sense of progression in that game, as well as the sense of community. MMOs completely erode their own dopamine moments by removing them from the game and placing them all in the cash shop. In fact, no one knows this better than Jagex, the very people that made old school RuneScape. They have two versions of the same game. One is called RuneScape 3 and one is called old school RuneScape. The primary difference between old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3? The cash shop. And yeah, the combat's also noteworthy, but that's another story for another video. RuneScape 3 added every form of microtransaction that you can think of: pay to progress faster, cosmetic abominations, and things that are simply pay to win. Basically, it added all of the things you see in just about every MMO's cash shop today. And it didn't have the old school RuneScape voting system to prevent all of these ideas from being added to the game. And predictably, its population imploded. Recently, the population crisis in RuneScape 3 with all of its microtransactions got so bad that Jagex got desperate. And they took a page out of the old school RuneScape playbook and put the removal of the most hated microtransaction in the game up for a vote. The players instantly voted to remove this microtransaction known as Treasure Hunter. This is a loot box system where players could pay real money to open loot boxes that could have rewards in them, ranging from everything from cosmetics to pay to win items. On top of that, the cosmetics weren't even purely cosmetic. They had things like XP boosts on them. So basically, one game forked into two games. And the one with this cash shop went on to dominate the entire MMO landscape, while the one with the typical MMO cash shop failed miserably. Jagex unintentionally performed the most important experiment in MMO history, and the results were deafening. And you know what? There isn't a gamer in the world that is surprised by the outcome, but apparently there were a lot of suits behind a lot of MMO studios that were. And speaking of fairly monetized games, you've got to check out another brand new action RPG, Duet Night Abyss, where you're exiled and struggling to survive with epic battles versus demons. Melee or ranged, it's up to you. You'll create your lineup, then utilize the game's high mobility while mastering your abilities to delete hordes of enemies. And don't worry, combat skills have no cooldowns, so this is a fast-paced game. This is a high-quality, voice-acted, dark story for you to get lost in and explore the vibrant and beautiful world through the experiences of two different characters as they try to make sense of everything happening around them. Best of all, the game doesn't have those annoying stamina lock systems or those weapon and character gacha systems that ruin so many games these days. Instead, the monetization is completely fair, with them only charging you for cosmetics. So if you're looking for a fun adventure to dive into for free, download Do It Night Abyss now using the link in the description, and you'll be able to unlock 7 free characters through launch events and gameplay. And for a limited time, you can enjoy 55 free pulls for cosmetics. This game's completely free, a ton of fun, and it's fairly monetized. So you've got nothing to lose by trying it out while you watch some YouTube videos. Shout out to Do It Night Abyss for sponsoring this segment. Now let's get back to the video. But of course, it's more than just the monetization that makes old school RuneScape great. Circling back to that feeling of accomplishments in MMOs, imagine if when you did finally achieve something and you did finally get that epic loot or that epic drop, imagine if it wasn't completely invalidated in the next patch. What if that item that you worked so hard for and were so excited to finally have stayed relevant for decades? In old school RuneScape, you can still rock that Bandus drop from a decade ago, alongside your new items dropping this year. In fact, the developers have tried to add items that were too powerful, and the players voted no and kept them in check. If you're used to vertical gear progression in MMOs like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, you might be wondering what impact this might have on your sense of progression in the game. The critical difference is that this works because old school RuneScape has so many other areas of progression. So many that you don't have to be put on a gear treadmill in order to still constantly feel like you're progressing. This is made possible through the game's unique progression system. You don't level up your character. Instead, every character has 23 different skill lines that they can level up, and each one of these 23 skill lines has 99 levels. That includes 7 skill lines in combat, such as attack, strength, defense, hit points, ranged, magic, and prayer, with attack increasing your accuracy with melee weapons and unlocking stronger gear, and prayer letting you use special prayers that boost your combat stats and provide protection. Then there are 5 different skill lines for gathering, such as mining, fishing, woodcutting, farming, and hunter, with mining and fishing doing exactly what you would expect, and hunter allowing you to trap creatures for materials, XP, and profit. That also includes 6 artisan skill lines, such as smithing, cooking, crafting, fletching, herb lore, and fire making, allowing you to cook meals for healing, or craft armor or weapons or ammo. And finally, you've got 5 skills from utility, such as agility, thieving, slayer, construction, and runecraft, with agility improving your energy recovery and granting access to shortcuts in the game, thieving allowing you to steal from NPCs and stalls for loot and coins, slayer assigning you monsters to kill for XP and unique drops, construction letting you build and customize your player-owned house, and runecraft letting you create runes to be used in magic spells. As you can see, that's a ton of different skill lines to level up and tons of different progression, which means you aren't solely beholden to getting a new piece of gear that increases your damage by 0.01% to make yourself feel like you're moving somewhere. Now, leveling up all those skill lines is absolutely a grind, and it's definitely not for everybody, but it is rewarding. In fact, you're rewarded in a lot of different ways for leveling those skill lines, but perhaps most critically, a lot of the quests and the content in the game are locked behind skill levels. So if you haven't gotten the required skills to the required levels, you won't be able to participate in that content and get that sweet, sweet drop. And as a reminder, that drop oftentimes
I might do the zombies mode.
Because
I
there are
played
no
1 or 2 games of the zombies, and then I'll do a quick player too. I've been playing tank.
Things that drop from the bosses and from the quests actually need to look epic. Some of you watching this video might remember the days when every game was built that way, the days before cash shops even existed inside of games. Yeah, we're getting old. Now, the next interesting thing that old school RuneScape does differently than other MMOs today has largely to do with the gameplay loop. Old school RuneScape is a sandbox MMO. This means there's no main story quest leading you straight through the game. Instead, there is a massive world with loads of quests that are just waiting for you to discover them. Usually you'll find one, which will require something you don't have. And so you'll go and find out how to get that item or that skill level, and then you'll return. This sends you all over the world in a very organic way. It also lets you create the adventure of your choosing. You focus on the things you want to focus on. And on the way, you'll have loads of casual and relaxing content that you can enjoy until you're ready to take on the next big boss or try and get to that next epic item. The order that you do things in and what level your skills are when you attempt them is up to you. If you want to overlevel your skills to make something easier, you can do that. Or if you want it to be more difficult and you want to head in straight away, you can go do that. This allows you to decide exactly how difficult you want the encounters to be. And yes, you can play through the game solo, which has no doubt contributed to its success. In fact, one of the most popular modes for this game is called Iron Man. In this mode, you can't party with random people and you can't buy things off of the auction house. Instead, all of your progress rests solely on your shoulders. Need a crafted item? You'll have to make it yourself, which means you'll have to level those crafting lines in order to make those items that you need. You'll also need materials to craft that item, which means you'll need to level the gathering lines in order to gather those materials. And in this way, you end up with an MMO where you need to engage with every aspect of the MMO genre, from gathering to crafting to combat and questing, again encouraging you to participate in all forms of the game's different progression systems. And as a result, you're never sad that you're not on the gear treadmill. In fact, you're happy to be rid of it, because now your progression is far more permanent. Your dopamine hits are much longer lasting, as you're leveling skill lines that are going to be relevant forever, instead of getting a gear drop that might be relevant for a day or a week and at best a single patch. Developers don't make MMOs without subscriptions to save you money. They make MMOs without subscriptions because they know they can make more money off of you that way. This way, players spend money buying solutions to the problems they created. They spend money to get a decent looking mount. They spend money on decent looking gear. They spend more money to accelerate their progress so that it's happening at a reasonable rate. They spend even more money so their gear doesn't fail when they're trying to upgrade it. Then with a straight face, that person tells you they're playing a free MMO. And then as fast as they swiped their credit card, they're bored of that game. And oftentimes they don't realize it's because they didn't earn anything interesting. And even more important, they have nothing interesting to look forward to earning. The satisfaction of a credit card swipe isn't the same as what you get from walking around town with that drop that you earned. When players go from cash shops that relentlessly pop up in your face, relentlessly wear you down until you cave and buy something, relentlessly make the game worse so that you'll pay more money just to make it playable, like going to the shoe store in real life, buying a pair of shoes, and then paying them to take the sand out of the shoes that they just sold to you. It's no wonder that when players finally boot up old school RuneScape, they stick around. And when they do decide to try something else, they always come back. Old school RuneScape players have a saying: no one quits old school RuneScape, they just take a break. What do you think about old school RuneScape's success? And if you're someone that plays it, what is it that keeps you coming back? Thanks for watching. Subscribe for more MMO analysis, and I hope to see you in the next video. If you're not sure
leaving their food out on the table. Apostate Prophet's back. Diva's getting up on the table for whatever's up there. I don't know who left food on the table. Or played or whatever. Here. My dashboard on Kick. Play some Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals. Here we go. Boo, 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 boo. Robots running, robots running. Being a bad dog, eating everybody's food. Zombie coins? Okay. Here's where to do that. Oh. Three. Hmm.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I am the God of Thunder and the mightiest Avenger. It was on Earth that I truly learned what it was to become a hero.
If we can beat these zombies.
Life must prevail over death. The wrath of Asgard. Vengeance in Spectre's name! The wrath of Asgard! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Awaken the rage of battle!
Oh god, it's taking forever to kill him.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Yeah. Got a lot of damage.
Do not succumb to the chaos. Vengeance in Spectre's name! The wrath of Asgard!
Oh.
Vengeance in Spectre's name! Waken the rage of battle! There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Fight harder. You are of no use when you dare to battle. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Waken the rage of battle! The wrath of Asgard! Waken the rage of battle! Waken the rage of battle! Behold the god of thunder! Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard! Behold the god of thunder! Fury burn!
Ooh, gosh, I died.
Alas, a champion has fallen. What battle? Asgard!
Poison dudes are a pain.
The wrath of Asgard! Fury burn! But the war is far from over.
War game. Help. Yes. I like the right click one.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Vengeance in Spectre's name! The wrath of Asgard! await your success.
Go big jibbers. Oh no, what's his name? Hi, baby. How you doing? How you doing, lovers? Should I watch? Oh, watch that kill zombies. Yeah. Aww. Yeah, you are. Hi, baby. What are you doing? You watching? He's watching.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Poor Jeff. He died. Jeff died, oh no. Yeah, I talk to her all the time. All the time. Helpless. 12.2 million damage.
Life must prevail over death. Alas, a champion has fallen. Behold the god of thunder! There is no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Alas, a champion has fallen. Awaken the rage of battle.
He's evolving.
You fought well, but the war is far from over.
Hi, baby girls. Okay. Tor.
Life must prevail over death. Fury burns. Awaken the rage of battle.
you doing, babies? Welcome back.
But can you repeat your success?
Oh, more away. Died once. Close that, but that's okay. Yeah.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
What are you doing? You kicking? You practicing running? You practicing running? Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead.
Holy cow.
Answers will soon arrive.
Two more rounds.
Wow! What the babies? What?
You can run? Run, 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 run. Run. What? Watch it, shark.
Life must prevail over death. The wrath of Asgard.
Ouch. They exploded on me. Nobody was watching for there.
Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
Game health. Damage belt. More health.
Do not succumb to the chaos. Fought well, but the war is far from over.
That was it. Catching up. I want the world to know. I want to let it show. I'm catching up. did I die? No. I accidentally canceled it. Didn't do enough damage to get it back up. Oopsies. Oh.
The lightning of ants, slow down. Awaken the rage of battle.
Jeez.
The world is cleansed once more.
Almost there. There. What do you want to talk about? Oh no, it's not a babies. Eli, calm down a little bit, buddy. You scared the baby. What's the matter, baby? And you okay? You okay? Oh. That's good. Wild boy, calm down, please. Inside voice. I see. Okay. Need to get a new bulb. Have to let my dad know. Yeah. Where were you planning on going? You can. It's only an extra. Yeah, so that one's closed only, I guess they're having now. Yeah. yeah, you could even go pick my mom up and then sister. Did you get the card in the mail yet? Should have got a card in the mail. Wait, you shouldn't be driving around without a license. We'll have to go online, or we'll have to call my dad because it costs money to renew it. Oh. Not 25. Yeah. Yeah. Who wants to walk? Nope. Forgot to give it, guys. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Yeah, well, we need to put in the paperwork for your photo ID because that'll give you another 30 days or whatever until you get the picture taken and whatnot. Do the real ID this year too. Well, you can't fly on a plane. Fly on a plane. Without the real ID.
Oh, you told me what happened with you.
That he named him
Like,
her. That's cute.
Pickle. It's so surprised everybody. Huh?
That's cute.
It's
I wasn't happy with how much I was dying, but I probably could go on to Nightmare 3. Let's try Nightmare 3. Crazy that you can do it solo. Solo with, or it would just take a while. No, we're talking about myself. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to get your license renewed. Get the paperwork in tomorrow. Then you'll get a printout saying that you have 30 days on this piece of paper to drive around. And then the photo ID will come in the mail, and then you can go to the DMV. It's already paid for. All you do is go get your picture taken at the DMV. Your license is expired too. Is there a way I could renew it with you guys tomorrow and before we go? Yeah, but let's try some fight here. Nightmare level 3.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. My brother Loki imperils not just Asgard, but all the realms.
Chain lightning. gosh.
My power grows. Vengeance in Spectre's name. In Spectre's name. Awaken the rage of battle. Behold the god of thunder. Vengeance in Spectre's name. Vengeance in Spectre's name. Behold the god of thunder. Behold the god of thunder! Lightning can fight! The wrath of Edgy! Spectre's name! Spectre's name! Awaken the rage of battle! There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Fight harder. You are a fool to your death. Vengeance in Spectre's name. The wrath of Asgard. Vengeance in Spectre's name. Vengeance in Spectre's name. My way beholds the god of thunder. Awaken the rage of battle. Vengeance in Spectre's name. Battle fury burn. Behold the god of thunder. Battle fury burn. Behold the god of thunder! Battle fury burn! Alas, a champion has fallen. Behold the god of thunder! Battle fury burn! Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
Beetle Puncher.
Life must prevail over death. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Battle fury burn! Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard!
More damage. All those 13 there.
Choosing you for this mission. The God of Thunder! The wrath of Asgard! Our adversaries gather. Inspector's name! Awaken the rage of battle! But can you repeat your success? Life must prevail over death.
You turn off. What are you doing?
Eternal as I. Choosing you for this mission. Inspector's name! Vengeance Inspector's name! Vengeance Inspector's name! Awaken the Rangers. No time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive.
Inspector's name.
Choosing you for this mission. Vengeance Inspectors! The champion has fallen. Waken the Rangers. Vengeance Inspector's name! The wrath of Asgard!
Hanging crawlers all over the place.
You fought well, but the war is far from
Prepare for the queen.
Life must prevail over death. Our adversary's battle fury burns. Battle fury burns. Awaken the rage of battle. Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard! Battle fury burns! Awaken the rage of battle! The wrath of Asgard! Battle fury burns! Battle fury burns! Can you repeat your success?
They're not doing too bad on this.
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Awaken the rage of battle!
Darn. Yes, it's gonna be 2 queens, right? That we have to fight. Nightmare 3, or is it gonna be Namor and? Not a fan of these green guys. I'd rather they die up there.
This is the place to watch.
I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
Chain lightning, headshot, chain lightning. That one.
Life must prevail over death.
Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Alas, the champion has fallen. The wrath of Asgard. Quicken the range of battle. My way. Fought well, but the war is far from over.
She does 147.
Do not succumb to the chaos.
Vengeance in Spectre's name! its name!
Oh, this is the last round. Namor and Queen of the Dead. Okay. And with all these other zombies, pretty easy in here.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. The wrath of Asgard. Wash our foes away. These waves will not break. Cleansed once more.
Yeah, Blade is just absolutely broken. Holy cow. All right, we got the 34. That. And claim. Okay, nice. Get that. Oh, I forgot that. Everyone. We can do that. I finished this one, I think. Or the red lantern. It doesn't really matter. I don't think I can do anything with it, right? You can. What do I get for extra lantern? Huh? Huh? I mean, I got 10 more waves of zombies to do, 2 more bosses. Fine. I get a new title, don't I, for... No, nothing. If I do, because it's double queen tier 4, right? Let's screw it. What's up, kiddo? Nothing. Trying some zombies. Marvel arrived.
Task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger. As guardians never shrink from battles or feasts.
Rounds.
The hunt is on. The hunt is on.
Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission.
Yeah, we're just fighting zombies. They come in waves. They're fast. Depending on what thing they're on, like what series they're in, what comic series. But yeah. Where's the one?
There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Life must prevail over death. Awaken the rage of battle. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Sheesh. Ugh, that's poison. This is not gonna be good. Not gonna be good at all.
Not yet lost.
People weren't doing too well, so they left. I'm gonna try another one. Try another round.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I'm having fun with him. I like his build.
God of Thunder and the mightiest Avenger. Asgardians never shrink from battles or feasts.
The hunt is on.
Sheesh.
Can you repeat your success? Life must prevail over death. Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard! Behold the god of thunder!
Get out.
What battle beholds the god of thunder? The wrath of Asgard. Awaken the rage of battle. Fought well, but the war is far from over. Fight harder. You are a will-losing man. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Wrath of Fury first! Vengeance in Spectre's name! I am the champion has fallen. Behold the god of thunder! Alas, a champion has fallen.
These plagues. AXO. They just destroy me. Where's these guys spitting from? Just couldn't do that.
Not yet lost.
Yeah, this is that's pretty easy. Crazy. Blade is really good, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why Blade is so great at this. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's beating it with Blade. They're doing 4 squads of Blade. $30 minutes. Go back to R3. Let's get a going here. What do I have to do? Vanguard hero, team up with a friend. I'll do this. 2 more bosses than that. Alright, I'll play 1 night worth.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril. I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
I'm magic.
I am
and
Asgardian,
this is my
but I
soul
feel a
sword.
deep kinship with the mortals of Earth.
Doesn't your team need a bit of magic? Rainbow stands with you!
Life must prevail over death. The wrath of Asgard. Vengeance in Spectre's name. Behold the god of thunder! Waken the rage of battle. Behold the god of thunder! Waken the rage of battle.
Have those easy. Okay.
There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive.
I don't have my right click. I don't get the spam. Tier 4, there's hardly any time in between like rounds, purchase, and whatnot. Level up, get to 40. Get my awakening ring cap.
Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Alas, a champion has fallen. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Behold the god of thunder! The wrath of Asgard! In Spectre's name! Behold the god of thunder! repeat your success.
Bigger Jeff.
Eternal as I. At least these freaks ain't got veins. Choosing you for this mission. Vengeance in Spectre's name!
Yeah. Jeff is popular again. He always has been, but in the game in general.
From over.
What's that? Yeah, right.
Beholds the god of thunder! The wrath of Aztec! Beholds the god of thunder! Not myself! Our adversaries gather. Denizens of the deep! These waves will not break! Alas, a champion Alas, a champion has fallen. There is no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive. Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Beholds the god of thunder! Wrath of fury burns! I fear this struggle may be as eternal as I.
I'll take zombies over vamps any day.
Jeff is huge.
Hell yeah.
Fight hard
Inspector's name beholds the god of thunder! Awaken the rage of battle! Impressive. But can you repeat your success?
It keeps disconnecting. It's kind of annoying. The 5th time he's DC'd. Don't know why.
Do not succumb to the chaos. May be as eternal as I.
Still doing good. And million damage. Oh, crazy.
Do not
on the desk.
Do not worry. All hope is not yet lost.
Alright. The clean do for Salah, Salah for Salah. I'm debating again. Kind of like the sound. Yeah. You know who I try to play. Oh, play that. Dum.
You have one task, my fist. Locate the Queen of the Dead and end her. But the path will be fraught with peril.
I have mutant powers
Fraught
and a little
peril.
demonic magic too. Me? Just a demon-haunted mutant girl out to save the universe.
I'll take
Good.
zombies over
Red. Oh.
Inspector's name! Vengeance Inspector's name!
Ah. I don't know why not. I don't. Edge. I want to go more to edge.
Choosing you for this mission. Vengeance Inspector's name! Vengeance Inspector's name!
Doing a lot of damage. We got people.
Back from limbo.
success.
Okay, this feels good.
Played the best, huh? Keys.
Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name!
My strength is back.
Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name!
My strength is back.
Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name!
There's no time to rest. More undead warriors will soon arrive.
My strength is back.
What do I get? What range do I have?
Not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Cleanse this place.
Spectre's name!
My strength is back.
These waves will not break. Cleanse this place. Protect your key. Alas, a champion has fallen.
Slice and dust!
Wash our foes away.
Have soulful will travel. Okay, this feels good.
Your key.
Enemy ahead of us.
These waves will not break. Down them.
Spectre's name!
Oh.
Alas, a champion has fallen.
My strength is back.
The whale.
The war is far from over. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Do not succumb to the chaos. Vengeance in Spectre's name! Vengeance in Spectre's name! Impressive. But can you repeat your success? Fight harder. You are of no use to be dead. Vengeance in Spectre's name! die. Fight harder. You are of no use to me dead. Impressive. But can you repeat your success? Do not make me regret choosing you for this mission. Hope is not yet lost.
What did I do? 6. Oh, do the last page. Let's pick everyone's in bed. Oh. Oh, steak dinner. That's what I did. Pancakes. What do you I feel it. Been eating it. Travel.
Is look up psychiatrists near me on Google. The biggest case of borderline personality disorder with some narcissistic life, destroying my relationships. I cannot be happy. I'm constantly miserable. Drive away. Everyone else I condemn and drive away, and I start calling their mothers whores. Can you help me? And the answer would be yes. because there are other people in the world who have borderline personality disorder. And psychologists actually have tips. But why is this irrelevant? Because you don't believe the leader to you, because you are an egomaniac. God blessed you with abilities that I've never seen in another human being. God blessed you with those abilities to glorify him, to defend the church, and to expose Islam. And you do that a little bit. That's how you use it. Degrading people with the most disgusting, do this to everyone around you.
Yep.
To control them. Sick stuff. But anyway, guys, no.
To make matters worse, aside from just attacking me, he also started posting in favor of conspiracy theories, such as that Charlie Kirk was probably betrayed by people within and was probably killed in a conspiracy or something like that. How dare you, absolute filthy scumbag. You filthy, disgusting, lying scumbag. I don't care how
Sam
good you
Shamoon
are
has really turned me off
with your knowledge on the
of
Bible
him.
or the
Yeah,
Quran.
his knowledge isn't
When you're going to do things like that, you
important. He's
absolute
evil.
filthy, disgusting
From
scumbag.
sheep's clothing.
Giant, fat man-child. You're going to get it. Sunday. Ostidistry says, a ragtag band of Muslim scientists traveled back in time to save their prophet from an unusually embarrassing hadith, but he and his companions...
Back to the Zooter, man. It's like Back to the Future, but back to the Zooter. We eventually need like a film crew or something like that, because when people blurt out, that sounds like an idea I would come up. A group of Muslim scholars wanting to go back in time to erase the story of Al-Zut, and then getting more than they bargained for.
Sam is tricked very easy too.
Oh man.
Falls for all online gossip.
Little Dippin' Sauce says, did you guys know that the eyes are the leather strap of Momo's Zut hole? Islamophobia Awareness Month. Glad you're back safe. I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you for telling us.
Oh, I should. That should have been the motivation. I wanted to make a video earlier today and didn't get to it.
See? Faith and rest in Christ a victor. Alhamdulillah. Whispers become Protestant, maybe you should encourage that. Or we should encourage something. I don't know. Hey, AP, do you check your email? Is there a place to send fan mail where you'll actually read it? I have to be very honest. I used to be less honest about this because I tried to be better about it, but now I've just accepted my situation. So I just want to be outright open about it.
Yeah.
I look at most of the email that I get. I would say I look at probably everything that I get, unless it is too long. And by too long, I mean longer than a sentence. The chances that I respond to it are very low. Not because I don't care, but rather because I'm very terrible. And but my email address is ap@apostateprofit.com. If you send something, I will most likely or almost definitely look at it. Nathan Kim says, hey, AP and David, I love you guys. I wanted to ask, are the Arabs descendants of Abraham's son Ishmael like Muslims claim they do? Not really. Although some believe that, but yeah. David, what do you say about this?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are mixed, so you'd probably find percentages of DNA and stuff like that, but we're the descendants of Ishmael. Put it this way, if we're the descendants of Ishmael to fulfill the prophecy to Abraham and so on, then one, you guys need to show that Muhammad is the descendant of Ishmael and so on. And about, because God says, hey, I'm going to make of Ishmael a great nation. That already happened already.
Sometimes it just makes me so sick, like when it hurts like that. It's just in my knee.
Now already, just to no, you should schedule it one day ahead, just to gather everyone.
Yeah, really.
It's going to be the gathering of the decade.
Yeah, that's so I mean, think about that. Every other area, you are completely, utterly, totally beyond stupid. It's like you're dropped on your head at some point, and your brain went turbocharged in one area and completely useless in every other area. But think about how smart he is. But that guy doesn't want to crush him at all, and has spent decades of his life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's one guy who can completely destroy. Oh no, I'm so scared of Sam Shamoon. But who doesn't want to destroy him? Doesn't want to, is still hoping against hope that this guy will eventually change and use his abilities just for the glory of God.
Be like
and what's Sam's genius move? I'll just keep attacking this guy and everyone around him until he finally responds to me. I'm so smart. Wouldn't anyone with a functioning brain think that's like the dumbest thing you can possibly do? Mess with the one guy who can take you down anytime he wants. He just doesn't want to, but you're going to make him want to? Huh? That's the brilliant move. The other brilliant move, I already kind of brought it up. Sam has spent the years of his life making lots and lots of enemies. Lots of enemies. People who've been horribly. We saw it right here. We saw people just popping up. Oh, he said this about my wife. He said this about my daughter. He said this about this. He said this. Like, people are shocked by this. But guess what? Vast majority of people still don't know this about Sam. Once all this is really like put in people's faces, this is what you're dealing with here, guys. All those enemies he's built up are gonna. Oh, now's the time where we can all share what we know about Sam, and it's amazing because he once again is 100% of the reason. All the people are upset at him. It's because of things he did. It's because of the way he treats them, and then all these people like finally exposing it. Finally. Guess what? That's 100% him. And what does he do? Everyone's so bad. Everyone's not doing what I want. He has the mind of he has the psychology of a toddler, a spoiled toddler flinging himself on the floor in Walmart because mommy won't buy him Skittles. They won't do what I want. Get used to it, dude. This ain't going the way you thought.
Dude, what is this stupid channel, man?
What?
I was gonna just call Sam Brancatella, but I just looked up Jake Brancatella's channel, and it's just it has just become
wondering
like
about
gossip.
this
Gossip. I was just thinking the gossip. You can tell, dude. All the Dawa channels are going to become gossip channels. Ali Dawa's channel is going to become gossip channel.
Look,
Jake's already become gossip channel.
It's just become a gossip channel apparently. At this
Will
point.
they call out AP? It's like pathetic. Does he even get any views on this stuff?
He gets views when he talks about me and when he talks about God logic.
But think about that, right? That's why they become gossip channels. They're doing Dawa. Dawa's dying. Dawa's crumbling. Dawa's well. Then all of a sudden you post a video about AP or something like this, and it got more views. Huh? Let me just keep doing that. And so that's all Dawa guys are going to have to do that.
It shows me the score for each video here, and you can see it highlighted if it outperforms in blue. Look here. He talks about me, blue. He talks about Sam Shamoon and me, and the others and me and God logic. This is where it outperforms. Then he goes back talking about regular stuff. Nobody watches it.
Hey Jake, get ready for some. We got the Sam Shamoon wars where Sam's going to be attacking us and exposing us, and we're just going to be responding and so on, holding him accountable to his own standard and so on. But dude, since your channel sucks and is dying, we're gonna give you some help and give you some material. And for everyone who's watching, going, no, don't help the Dawa guy, guys, stop worrying about that. Dawa's pathetic. That was a joke. Dawa's not doing anything. We could run down the street butt naked, covered in Jello. It's not helping them. None of that's gonna help them. They could have all the videos. It doesn't help them. It's a joke.
I am kind of curious about this now.
He is broadcasting for millions of people to see with no shame at all, and claim that they're Muslims attempting to get into Masjid al-Aqsa. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Dude, what is this, man? Doesn't he have better quality for his stuff? Hasn't he been doing this for like centuries?
Let's take a look.
His quality's okay. That effect was pretty stupid.
Is there a reason we can't look?
It was incredibly
Is
stupid.
there a reason we can't look?
Yes, it's not for to look inside.
What about as a Muslim?
You are Muslim?
Yes.
How can I know if you are?
How can you know?
Yeah, you can read some Quran.
Yeah, what do you want? 432?
432. I didn't even catch that.
What?
Did you hear that?
No.
He asks Tommy if he can recite the Quran, and then Tommy's like, yeah, what? 430? No, did you say 432?
You can read some Quran.
Yeah, what do you want? 432?
432. Okay, I probably meant 434.
Yeah, probably not.
Her eyes were looking better with the medicine again.
It would have been funny if he.
Beginning in the first of Quran.
Scumbag
This time,
right?
just stay away, but they still get so goopy.
Zionist scumbag Doesn't even.
The funny thing is, Tommy Robinson actually does know what the first chapter of the Quran is. Tommy Robinson actually does know the contents of the Quran. He talked about it in the past as well. He even has a book about it. He actually has a book about the Quran, about all of it. But if he goes up there to be asked to recite the Quran in Arabic, he probably can't do that. So
Some type of commentator on Islam and wants to tell Westerners
Honestly,
the
I wouldn't be
truth
surprised
and
if Tommy
expose
said
the
a
supposed truths
recited in
about
Arabic.
Islam. He doesn't even know what the first chapter of the Quran is. Not in Arabic for him to recite it. He has no idea what the guy is talking about when he says Al-Fatiha. He has no idea whatsoever, right? He lied directly and said that he's a Muslim. Yet he's accusing Muslims.
Lying.
Didn't it seem more like a joke and a prank? What Tommy was doing?
Yeah.
Like following this, I mean, I can imagine Jake just watching like prank videos and be like, "Oh no, oh you're lying! Oh my goodness!"
And look at
like,
this.
I mean, Tommy's sitting there joking and laughing the entire time.
Look at this. He answered a question by being untruthful in this video, which is
What thumbs
titled
do?
Top 100 Pranks. And they accuse us of taqiyya?
You know what would have been awesome right here? What? Dude, this guy could have made it 10 times awesomer.
He's a teacher. So there.
Hold up. What? No, this video could have been so much better. I mean, based on the Muslim guy, right? He could have, as soon as you said it, he could have gone, "Well, gentlemen, then come on in," and let you guys go in there and filmed, and everyone's happy and getting along and shaking hands and high-fiving inside. Wouldn't that have been like? Wouldn't that have given people a more positive impression of Islam if they saw, "Hey, Tommy's here. You know what? We're not gonna. Tommy's here. AP, come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in the boss. Come on in. Tell us what you're so concerned.
Come on, boys. It's all right.
AP, the physical adulterer, commits spiritual adultery and claims that he's a Muslim and recites Al-Fatiha so that.
All right. Did I at any point in that video claim to be a Muslim?
You recited Surat al-Fatiha in Arabic.
Did I, until that point, anywhere in the video, pretend or claim to be a Muslim? Sorry.
You prayed to Allah. You literally prayed to Allah, standing outside of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest mosque on the planet.
I heard Surah Fatiha and I jumped in and I recited Surah Fatiha. Did I claim to be a Muslim at any point? No, I didn't.
A Muslim and recites Al-Fatiha so that they can try to get into.
Wasn't it a good recitation, though? Jake, you have to admit. You have to admit. Can you at least say, Alhamdulillah, AP can recite Surah Fatiha, and it sounds beautiful. It sounds definitely more beautiful.
So I guess AP is still with his wife, which is good. I'm pretty sure she's joking because there was a picture online.
Yes.
Belgium says they've been invaded by Russian drones, which are now triggering NATO Article 4 major attacks near Moscow, knocking out some electrical infrastructure right outside the capital city. It's good to see you all.
And from around the world today, as we have heard that the nation of Belgium, or specifically the Kingdom of Belgium, has declared that they have been invaded by Russian drones and have invoked Article 4, with a meeting to be held incredibly soon with the NATO partners about the incursion by the Russian Federation's drones into Belgian airspace. This is, of course, one of the multiple times so far that we've seen an Article 4 invocation over a Russian airspace provocation or incursion into the airspace of a NATO state.
I don't know why
However,
they're
this
not
is the first time that
escalating
we've
it
seen a
further.
Western European nation conduct such an Article 4
No
invocation
backbone.
at this point. We have also been able to hear that
All these
simultaneously
nations
unidentified
have
report over the past several hours. At the same time, the Russian
Part of the
Federation appears to
issue
be
with
getting
this
itself
whole
into the
election
absolute extreme throes of escalating Ukraine with
leadership,
possible nuclear
elected officials never
holocaust for the most
countered
part, if they
Democrats
can.
on
And also,
anything
I
they
do not know
said.
why you're so quiet. You're even quiet in my headset, so you it might be that the microphone's too far away, possibly. I'm not really sure. But nevertheless, we have also been able to hear at the same time that the Russian Federation has once again been dealt some very significant hits so far by the state of Ukraine, with the state of Ukraine hitting the electrical substation and also the significant oil refinery at Volgograd, with explosions also being reported inside of Rostov-on-Don and several other cities throughout the Russian Federation. Norway is also going to be strengthening its borders against the Russian Federation, while at the same time we have also been able to hear of significant developments, at least at this moment, inside of Russia in the terms of money that the Russian government has left available, as the Russian government has now announced that they'll be closing an entire cosmodrome in the eastern area of the country and cutting out all the power meter due to their ability to no longer pay the bill even for electricity at the cosmodrome, which is seen very limited usage since the beginning of the war. At the same time, we have also seen that the state of Ukraine has been able to hold the lines today against the Russian Federation and has inflicted somewhat significant losses. However, the Russians are making small gains inside of Pokrovsk, block by block, which is leading some people to be concerned about the frontline situation within that area. Outside of the direction of Pokrovsk, however, the Ukrainian armed forces are generally holding the line and still inflicting fairly significant casualties onto the Russian Federation's armed forces. While that is going on, we have also been able to hear that multiple of Russia's largest oil trading partners are still continuing to decrease the amount of purchase orders and future purchase orders that they have with the Russian Federation and are sourcing their oil from elsewhere, more particularly the Middle East. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia appears to be using the influx of cash to pursue the possibility of purchasing F-35 Lightnings from the United States of America, as the Saudi Arabians have approached the United States today with a proposal of buying nearly 3 dozen F-35 Lightnings for the Royal Saudi Air Force. And at the exact same time, we have also heard that the United States of America today has responded to Russia's announcement of full-scale nuclear tests, by the president also announcing in turn that the United States of America will also be conducting its own full-scale nuclear tests into the future, and we also have already seen the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile, a Minuteman III, from Vandenberg Space Force Base in Southern California, just north of Los Angeles. We have also seen that the United States of America has continued its actions against Venezuela, at least within the Eastern Caribbean, with a significant strike today once again happening against another alleged piracy vessel engaged in the act of transporting illegal contraband, while at the same time U.S. forces are continuing to build up in the area in somewhat larger numbers and strength, and are still preparing and waiting for the strikes to occur at some point in the future. We are getting to see if we can fix Matthew's audio here really quickly. And Matthew, talk really quickly.
So it's all good on my end, by the way. I'm checking everything. My levels are good, so it's something probably happening in OBS or something. So take a look real quick and see if you can bump me up a tad.
I bumped you up a little bit, so hopefully that fixes it, but I can just hear it in my headset, which has nothing to do with that, and it's still kind of quiet on my headset's end, so it might just generally be quiet, and I actually have you bumped up louder than normal on my headset's end. But beyond that, we have a lot of major and significant news outside the technical difficulties to be able to cover tonight, and we are going to be making sure to cover it in each and every single piece of detail that we have tonight, and starting from our largest stories first, and then working through significance over the course of the day, on down into the smaller stories throughout the course of the night. And so moving us directly into our largest story of the day, we are going to be moving into the Kingdom of Belgium, which has made it on this news several times before, not for any particular reason domestically inside of Belgium, but because of their support for the state of Ukraine in terms of arms and equipment. Today, we have been able to see that the Kingdom of Belgium has now made major news on this channel because of the drone violations that have been occurring inside of their country over the past several days. The first report that we made on this channel was our first return to streaming on Sunday, where we were able to report that several unidentified drones have been spotted over the Kleine-Brogel Air Base within northern Belgium, which not only houses an air squadron of the Belgian Air Force, which uses F-16 AMs, but also houses the United States Air Force's B-61 tactical nuclear weapons. These drones were then lost as they left the area of the airspace of the airfield, and then either disappeared into the Netherlands or elsewhere into Belgium. Since then, we have been able to hear of other drone incursions that have occurred around the airspace of Belgium, including significant airports near Brussels and other critical infrastructure sites inside of the country. This has led today, for the first time ever, for the Belgians to officially state that the drones are believed to be Russian. According to the Belgian security services, they now believe Russia is behind the recent drone incursions over civil airports and military bases. Sources say Moscow is targeting Belgium over its role in handling frozen Russian assets in Euroclear. No responsible doubt, officials say. And that appears to be, at the moment, the first official declaration by really any European government at this point that any such drone incursions that have been conducted so far are, as a matter of fact, Russian. The Kingdom of Denmark has never declared that the drones that flew over their airspace were Russian. They did state that they appeared to have been from some sort of a foreign state actor, but never went as far as stating that they were Russian. However, they did invoke Article 4 over the issue, but over the issue of airspace sovereignty, not over the issue of Russian airspace violations. Estonia was the only country so far that has directly invoked Article 4 over a Russian airspace violation, which is when 4 MiG-31 Ks skimmed through the northern airspace of Estonia, just several miles from the capital Tallinn, provoking a significant response from the Estonian government and the invocation of Article 4 over the only incident of a Russian airspace violation seen so far in
really want
outside of the Polish incident, which largely started
NATO
a sequence
to
of events several months
start
ago.
responding
Outside of that,
to
of course,
these
we do have to
drones
make the
instead
honorary
of
mention of
letting them
Poland,
fly
which was the
over.
first country to ever invoke Article 4, at least throughout the entirety of the NATO alliance
Kind
so
of
far. After
frustrating.
about 24 drones, and we believe a missile, entered Polish airspace during a Ukrainian drone attack, with some of these drones flying incredibly far into the country, over 100 miles in several instances. That was the first time that we had ever seen a Article 4 invocation, at least in the NATO alliance, and particularly over a Russian airspace violation. Belgium is now the third country to do so, and Belgium is also the first country to do it over the drones that have been flying in that were not a part of a Russian attack on Ukraine. This is the first time ever that we've seen these drone incursions, which have become a fairly normal sight in Europe, ever be stated and identified by a state or a state government as an actual Russian drone violation. This is a fairly significant move by the Belgians, and we've also been able to hear that they are invoking Article 4 at the moment in response to this, and repeated drone overflights have raised serious concerns in Brussels, according to the local media reports in the capital. And Article 4 of the NATO treaty provides for consultations among member states whenever a country feels its territorial integrity or security is threatened. Earlier, during a massive Russian drone attack on Ukraine on September 10th, the Polish request to activate Article 4 followed after multiple Shahed drones entered their airspace. This is going to be a fairly significant sort of a move, at least for the fact that this is the first time a Western European state has ever invoked Article 4 so far in the war in Ukraine. Every single one of the Article 4 invocations that we've seen so far, including Poland, Estonia, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Lithuania, as well as Romania, have all been inside of Eastern Europe and pretty much directly along the NATO frontier. This is the first time that we've ever seen a country, generally Belgium, within Western Europe and nowhere within Central Europe like Denmark, ever declare that there's been a Russian airspace violation, for one, and two, is the first time that this has ever happened inside of Western Europe. We do not know what's going to be coming out of this Article 4 invocation. We generally do understand, based off the historical precedent of the last invocations, that not a lot is expected to come out of this. There will most likely be a meeting amongst the other members. It will be generally covered that the airspace was violated, and these drones do appear to be Russian, but we are not expecting much more to come out of it rather than that. However, this is once again another country that's being added onto the list, and on top of that, we also know that the situation, at least internally inside of Belgium, is one that is starting to enter a fever pitch, at least concerning these drone incursions. The Belgians have given the authority for their armed forces to engage and shoot down the drones when sighted. So far, we haven't seen that happen yet. That order was given to them on, about 48 hours ago, and we have not seen any of the drones shot down yet, and there's been a drone incursion since then, about 4 hours after that order was issued. We did not hear any reports of those drones being shot down. We do not know if the drones will be shot down if they reappear again, but it does appear that Belgium is going to be taking significant efforts and strides to national security risks, and not only that, the significant amount of economic damage that these drones are causing to Belgian skies. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this at the moment, at least with the ongoing situation with the drone incursions inside of Belgium, or better yet, before we even get to answering that question, over Europe in general? Because while the Belgians have been dealing with this ongoing drone incursion inside of their country, we have also heard that the Germans are dealing with another drone incursion inside of the central area of the Federal Republic of Germany. Just north of Hanover, at the Hanover International Airport, several drones have been spotted, which has been causing flights to be diverted temporarily, with the airport being closed. This is once again another drone incursion, as we have seen multiple times that drone spottings around the area of the Munich International Airport did lead to the closure of the airport and the diverting of flights for multiple hours on end, as the drones continue to cause massive economic disruptions for the Federal Republic of Germany and its airspace wherever these aircraft showed up. And so, Matthew, with that in mind, what are people thinking about these drone incursions, and what are people thinking NATO should do about them, considering that an Article 4 invocation is on the way and a meeting will be held incredibly soon about this very matter for the umpteenth time?
All right, so it doesn't look like Belgium is taking this extremely seriously, because Belgium, we did see last night, they closed their airspace. The entire airspace of Belgium was closed because these drones were invading the airspace near multiple different airports in Belgium and also near military installations in the country as well. So Belgium was on very high alert last night. We actually covered that somewhat on the stream last night, but today we're seeing that Belgium is preparing to invoke, and it was Russian drones that invaded their airspace, and they say there's no reasonable doubt left that it is indeed Russia. So that's a ballsy move, because so far all the other NATO countries have generally sort of shied away from saying it was directly Russia. We've known that most likely it is Russia, but Belgium's actually admitting to it. So that's a big move. And what are your thoughts? 79% said NATO should simply destroy the drones and leave it at that, while 14% said NATO should invoke Article 5, and 4% said NATO should simply investigate and then report their findings. So I will say this. Me personally, the first step, logically, is to defend NATO airspace. Right now, they are letting drones, most likely Russian, fly over several different NATO countries' airspaces, and nobody is doing a damn thing about it. That is a disgrace, in my opinion. We've been saying that for a long time, and now Belgium is admitting it's Russian,
they knocked me out when I want them to, but
so what else should they do other than simply shoot them down? Belgium already gave the permission a couple of days ago, and now we're seeing that they're still not shooting them down. So I don't know why they're hesitating. It's really a mystery why they're hesitating at this point. Maybe the U.S. is instructing them not to shoot the Russian drones down. Whatever the case is, it seems like a dereliction of duty, in my personal opinion. But I will also say this as well. I don't think Article 5 should be invoked just yet, because right now it's simply recon flights. These Russian drones are performing recon flights and disruption flights near airports, but so far it's not an attack on the country of Belgium. So I don't think Article 5 is warranted, because Article 5 would essentially mean going to direct war with Russia, and that's a big step to take. So I think we should hold off on that and simply start by shooting down the drones. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I would generally be of the opinion that these drones should be destroyed for the amount of risk
I'm so tired during the day, I just passed out.
not only for
Wake
national
up an
security
hour
reasons,
or
but also
two.
for public safety reasons. But
I
at the
did
same
that
time,
a
I would
lot
also have to
today.
agree with Enforcer Matt that this should not be an invocation of Article Article 5. These are not armed attacks that are happening at the moment. These are airspace violations, and those are generally completely different ballparks that we would be playing in. If the Russians were conducting armed attacks on NATO, that's obviously an invocation of Article 5. There's no question about it. However, none of these have ended up becoming armed attacks yet, or have been armed at all. So for that reason, we cannot say that they are conducting an armed attack. They are openly violating our airspace, our collective airspaces. However, at the same time, that does not mean that the Russians have attacked us where we're going to go to war. There's also a very important thing to remember here, folks, that once we start a war, that's a box that really can't be closed. It's a Pandora's box that we may not want to open, because if we force ourselves into a war with Russian Federation prematurely, and there was a ability for us to not do that just yet,
at least I want to call tomorrow. It's Wednesday, right?
Where Russia won't back down, we can't back down, and then they could turn into a nuclear exchange at some point.
Yeah, I don't want to run out.
One or a full-blown strategic one, and that's not really an incredibly good scenario.
I think I have enough till like till next week sometime.
NATO has to shoot
I
these
just
drones
don't
down.
want to run out again.
Of a single one of these drones being shot down yet by anyone.
Sucks to
whether
run
it's
out.
Poland, whether it's Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, the United Kingdom, the Republic of
Plenty
Ireland.
of these pills, but they might need to be the water pills. They might need to be up,
so forth. We haven't seen a single one shoot down a single drone, and that needs to change. They need to start shooting down these incoming
I gotta get my
Russian
blood
drones. We
work
cannot allow
done
these to
sometime
fly
this
through the
week or
airspace.
next
There are
week.
a million reasons why. One, these can kill people. Easily so. Did y'all see that crash that happened?
Yeah, I
in
don't have the
Louisville,
fast or
Kentucky,
anything for
just a
it.
day
1,
ago with
2,
that
3,
MD-11?
4,
That
5,
will
6,
happen
7.
if one of these drones gets sucked into a jet
6
engine
left.
on a jet aircraft that's on takeoff. If they do not happen to see one of these drones someday, and they're flying over, say, again, like the Hanover International Airport. Let's go to the Hanover International Airport and let's play out that incident. So one of these drones is flying right around here, or one of these aircraft are about to be taking off somewhere down the runway at a very low altitude. That aircraft, when it rotates, that jet engine is going to suck that drone straight in. That drone is going to shred the turbojet right at takeoff, right at a critical moment, and that aircraft is going to immediately lose about half of its power or half of its thrust. That aircraft is then going to go careening off of that airfield and into a field somewhere right outside of the airstrip. That can not only kill everyone on board a passenger airliner if that happens, that could kill a whole bunch of people in the surrounding towns that aircraft might end up crashing in. That is something that we do not want to have happen at all. The incident in Louisville appears to be some sort of a freak occurrence and a great misfortune. We don't want a great misfortune and a freak occurrence to happen because of our own incompetence and negligence in securing our skies for the safety of our people. We don't want that to happen. And not only that, not only for the matter of public safety, but also for the matter of national security. If we go over here really quickly to the southern end of Germany, and we go down here to the city of Colosus, right out here,
see if they can
this is
refill
the
my
Rammstein Air Base,
next
world
week.
famous. Everyone knows of this air base. And this air base is home to a large part
You're a
of the U.S.
psychologist.
Strategic Airlift Command, or at least what it is in the modern day, and also
I
another large
forget what
part of the
their
United
name
States
is.
Air Force. As a matter of fact, it's home to the entire upper command
And
of the
see if they
United
can
States 3rd
refill
Air
my
Force, which is
deluxe
firmly
team and
stationed
my
inside of Europe. Now, if a drone flies over here,
my
not
other
only can they figure out
7.5.
exactly what forces are present here, they can also figure out what aircraft are present here at that moment. And in the future, if we allow these kinds of incursions to continue, those drones might be laden with bombs next time around, and this could end up becoming the next Operation Spiderweb. And we quite literally watched them do the practice runs for it about a couple of dozen times over before they ended up pulling it off. That is a major national security risk for the United States and our defense collectively around the world, and also the defense of our allies. As the very same thing can happen to any of them at any of the air bases, military installations, and army fields that they're operating anywhere in Europe. That is a huge risk that we cannot afford. It's a huge risk on top of that to continue to let these happen, because this is causing a lot of economic damage. That's the third element that these drones are causing right now that would need to have them shot down. Not only are they risking people's lives and our national security, they're risking our money. Y'all already think that groceries are expensive right now, and I'd agree with y'all. They're quite expensive. And I'm sure many people in Europe also know that as well. The prices are rising over there. It's just generally a sign of the international economy these days. But what happens when all kinds of air logistics, which are incredibly important for extremely perishable goods, are constantly postponed by hours because these aircraft are having to go into holding patterns over an airfield? Those aircraft are burning fuel they weren't expected to burn, which costs millions of dollars for every single aircraft. And on top of that, those goods may spoil quicker or may spoil before they can even get to where they're supposed to be. That is causing untold millions in damage for each aircraft that's being diverted, each aircraft that's having to get their next day at work. They might be missing another day of pay. This is causing collectively tens of millions of dollars of damage every single time one of these drones shows up somewhere. So not only for the fact that they are causing issues for national security, they are causing issues for the safety of the public here in NATO, and also for the fact that they're causing economic damage, these drones must be shot down. There is no reason that they should be ignored and allowed to continue to conduct these such actions. They must be shot down. It is the only logical sort of conclusion that we can make. And not only that, we gain benefits from shooting these drones down. If we shoot them down, the Russians are going to start learning that we don't play this game. As a matter of fact, we might end up turning that around on the Russians and maybe doing something a little similar to them, at least as far as reconnaissance flights are conducted. We may even start to harass them a little bit more to get the idea across that we're not going to play this kind of a game. But the principle of the matter is clear. These drones shouldn't be flying through the airspace because it's ours and we didn't allow them to be there, and they're not ours. And then for all the other reasons that I've already mentioned, they have to be shot down. And I hope that NATO moves to that, and we see that one of these drones is shot down here incredibly soon, hopefully within the next week. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And it also appears, folks, that today we are having a whole other problem in its own right, in its own sense, beyond the fact of the airspace violations that the Russian Federation is endlessly conducting at this point inside of NATO's airspace. But before we move on from that and into that other major bombshell piece of news for the day, which we already have in the title here, we do have a lot of people talking about why in the world no NATO state has yet to shoot down a Russian drone. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so this is more of a direct question here to ask the big question, and many people are very sort of angry about at this point. Why do you suspect that NATO still refuses to shoot down these foreign drones in their airspace? That's the big golden question right now. Why is that not happening? And 46% said nobody wants to be the first, while 23% said NATO is simply confused and scared, and 20% said the USA is probably refusing to let NATO shoot them down. So the one thing here, now so let's say a drone invades Belgium's airspace. Belgium does not have to go to NATO and say, could we please protect our airspace? They don't have to do that. They can simply shoot it down, and that's the end of the story. It's Belgium's airspace, and they can protect it how they deem fit. So I would generally say, I'm with the 45%, I don't think anybody wants to be the first. I think people are very scared that if they shoot down one of these Russian drones, then Russia might retaliate in a much stronger way and perhaps go to war with that country that decided to shoot down the drone. But me personally, I think that's pretty cowardly. If that's truly what they're thinking, I think that's a cowardly route to take, and they should just do it and protect their airspace. Simply shoot the thing down, because these things could easily be armed, which could be much, much worse than a mere recon drone. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would believe that has to be the only reason that we can come up with. It seems like the only one that would make any sort of logical sense as to why they just wouldn't shoot them down. But at the same time, I got to be honest with y'all, that is extremely cowardly. To be scared of the Russian citizens in danger, damaging your economy, and also putting your national security at risk, to be that scared of shooting them down, that would be extreme cowardice, in my opinion. Maybe that might be the case because, you know, a lot of people are really scared to make that call, but they got to make the call. Like, they really don't have an option here. People are going to end up getting killed here in the future if we don't make this call, and then there's going to be blood on these people's hands and these governments. Like, for example, if there is ever going to be a commercial airliner that sucks one of these jets up into its engine and goes down because of that and crashes, and hundreds of people die from that, those hundreds of people, they're not going to be, the blood's going to be on the Russians' hands to a degree, but it's also going to be in the hands of whoever's in charge of Denmark, Germany, Belgium, Poland, and so on, that decided to not make that call to shoot down those drones before they were able to pull off such an action like that. That's who really is going to be at fault there from the gross negligence that had to permeate for months for such a thing to happen. So they need to get to ordering these drones to be shot down. There's really no other way to go about this at the moment. And I also saw someone in the chat.
You know, also, by the way, before we move on from that topic real quick, it's almost comparable to, you know, like children. You know, when children get in a little like play fight or something like that, and one of the kids gets like smacked by the other one or something like that, and then they run off going, Mama, he smacked me. That's kind of what these countries are doing right now. Like, for example, Belgium is about to declare Article 4, which entitles them to a NATO consultation. So Belgium just got smacked by Russia, with Russia violating Belgian airspace, and now Belgium, instead of defending their own airspace, they're running off to NATO and doing a consultation to ask permission to defend their own country. I'm not really sure. Like, I'm not really sure how they can do that and still like feel like they're still in charge of their own airspace at that point, because it's embarrassing, actually. To me, it seems embarrassing that they're having to go ask NATO for permission to defend their own country. That seems a bit weird.
Yeah, I would have to say it is quite weird. They ought to just be shooting them down. I mean, like, and even still, if they shoot them down and they're scared that they don't have the approval of the United States, well, hell, just do what the Israelis did. Shoot it down and then ask for forgiveness later. And then if they demand it, just go, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to do that. And then just brush it on and then move on. I mean, the message will be sent. They just won't do that again anyways. Even if you go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shoot it down. They still won't do it again because you shot one down anyways. And it's not like these things are cheap, I'm supposing. They are probably fairly expensive drones, probably with a decent amount of optic, sensory, and imagery systems on board that are fairly expensive. So if the Russians lost one, they probably wouldn't want to lose a second one.
Yeah, I would imagine so. So, I mean, and also, is Russia truly going to start World War III over a NATO country defending its airspace? Me personally, I don't think so, because what is Russia going to do? Launch a nuke at that country? They wouldn't even have an argument. And also, I suspect that Russia probably wouldn't even acknowledge that it was their drone in the first place. Russia would probably try to pretend like it wasn't even theirs, because they know the implications of that. If they admit that that was one of their drones flying over a NATO country, then they're basically admitting to starting a confrontation. So they're not going to do that. So I don't think anything would happen if these drones got shot down personally. I think it would be pretty much a non-starter. But what would happen, though, is it would send a message to Putin and let him know that NATO is not spineless and they will act if confronted, which is the message they need to send. And right now, they're not sending it.
Yeah, I would agree. That would 100% be the position they should be taking. And I also see some people saying this in the chat, and I have to make a counter here, because some people are saying in the chat, oh, well, you know, this is an absolutely ridiculous take to shoot down these drones. NATO is an adult. We're just letting this go by because we have satellites over Russia and this and that. Let me ask you this. If someone came up to you on the street, and you're sitting on a park bench somewhere, and they put a gun up to your head, are you going to sit there and go, I'm an adult, I'm not going to react, and I'm sure it's not even loaded? Hell no! You're going to kick that guy in the nuts. You're going to run. Like, you're going to do something. I mean, you're not going to sit there and do nothing. This is the same thing. Every single one of these drones is a gun up to the country's head that this drone is flying over. Do we know if it has a bomb on it? We don't. We have no clue if any of these are armed with a bomb. They could all be armed with bombs. Do we know it's going to cause any damage? We don't. This thing could end up being sucked up in the airliner's jet engine and kill hundreds of people. We have no clue. Do we know what it's going to be flying over? Absolutely no clue. This thing could fly over a sensitive military base and gather critical information, or it could fly over a critical military base and kill the commander of EUCOM. We have no clue. We have no clue what these things could do. And that is not being an adult, sitting here letting such a reckless action continue to permeate and exist in our skies. This is complete negligence and incompetence at this point. They have to be responded to. If we were sitting here And we had this in a different scenario right now, and this was September 11th of 2001, and you said that there was any kind of a flying object in the skies of America after that attack, and we didn't know who was flying it, where it was going, and what it was doing. The orders would have been given to have that aircraft shot down. They almost were given that day, and that's because we don't know what these flying aircraft that are unaccounted for, and we can't really get an answer of what they're doing. They are huge threats of any type, even if they're a small drone like that. Look at the kind of damage that Ukraine is able to pull off with small drones in Russia. These things can cause untold amounts of damage. We cannot let them go around like this. If this was any other period in history, the answer would be clear, and we would shoot these things down, and that would be the end of the day.
And something else that's also concerning that we really haven't touched on yet is if these are truly Russian drones, and Belgium is saying that they are Russian, they're saying there's no reasonable doubt left in their minds that these are indeed Russian drones flying over their airspace. Look at the ability that Russia has to deploy drones over so many different NATO countries. That's concerning. They apparently have the ability to either send ships out and right off the coast of these countries and start launching these large recon drones right into pretty much every NATO country within the area of the sea and the ocean, which is very concerning. And that's something there that in a war could be devastating, because imagine if those drones were equipped with weapons. That's going to be something there that NATO's not really equipped to handle right now, because they're not even able to handle the recon drones they're currently flying over. So imagine if they were armed with weapons. That would be devastating.
That would be devastating, extremely devastating. And just for the fact we don't know who these people's drones are, and they don't have approval to fly them. We know they're Russian, but they don't have approval to have them in our airspace. That is what's causing the major risk, the untold of what they're actually doing and what they are. Because at this point, folks, another thing that has to be made clear is that, at least according to the information provided to the public, nobody's ever gotten an extremely good look at these drones for an incredibly long period of time to even ascertain if they are armed or not. They could be, and we just have no clue. And that's another huge security threat that is present there. But hell, I just got to say to the folks who are detracting about this, and they're like, oh, no, you can let them fly through. If you sat there and applied this to your house, would you just let random people use your front door to walk out through your backyard and hop over the fence out of the back if you didn't know who any of those people were? The answer would be no.
I would force them to use the side door. They couldn't use the front door.
Man, honestly, man, but no one would let just some random people pass through their house just to get through, just to get by. You wouldn't, because you would be like, I don't know who that guy is. I don't know if he's up to no good or what, or if he's casing the set to come back and rob this thing later. I have no clue. And just for that matter alone, we don't know what the drones are doing in our airspace. And on top of that, they're Russian. They aren't supposed to be here. They're not allowed to be here. The Russians don't allow the U.S. Air Force to fly through their airspace. Just on that fact alone, we don't allow the Russians to fly through our airspace without any approval, and they're never going to get it. So they have to be shot down. That's the basic bottom line of this. But moving on from that, we do have some other major news that has come out of the United States and Russia today. And I'll be bringing you all to the U.S. news first, because the timeline with this is a little bit tough to ascertain, because it seems as though the announcements were made practically simultaneously. Pretty much they both knew it was coming, because they had already told each other on de-escalation lines, most likely. But we will be going over this news. The President of the United States today has announced that nuclear testing is going to be conducted on an equal level. So let me read off the post to y'all that was made by the President today. The United States has more nuclear weapons than any other country. This was accomplished including a complete update and renovation of existing weapons during my first term. Because of other countries' testing programs, I've instructed the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. That was then...
Wait a second. What did he say? He said the U.S. has the most nuclear weapons? Is that what he said?
Yes.
How's that? Because I thought the last count that we had, the publicly available information, was Russia had the largest number of weapons. For whatever reason, they have the largest number. So when did the U.S. have more?
Let's see here, by country. Let me go get that really quickly. Let's see here. Let's go take a quick look at the number.
Yeah, see, Russian Federation US has more than we were previously told about. Then that's simply not true.
We might be excluding the non-operational nuclear weapons that Russia has on paper, but actually don't work. That might be the case.
Possibly so. It's just interesting, though. He's throwing that figure out there like people know about that, but that's not common knowledge.
Because you know what I'm thinking here, Matthew, is just like, how in the world is Russia, before the war started, that is, they had a $55 billion military budget compared to, at the time, we had about a $750 billion military budget. How in the world were they maintaining a 1.2 million man-strong military with the largest amount of tanks in the world, one of the largest numbers of nuclear submarines on the planet, the largest numbers of surface fleet vessels on the planet, at least, not compared to the U.S. Navy. And then on top of that, they also had the largest nuclear arsenal in the world, and they were maintaining all of that with $55 billion. Like, that seems to, like, and of course we know with the war in Ukraine, most of the tanks that existed on paper weren't even operational. They practically didn't exist. So I'm guessing the same thing exists with their nuclear figures. And that's why the president may be saying that we have the largest number, but at the same time, the president also says, everything's the biggest and the grandest. So, you don't know. But anyways, it does appear that we have now given the orders, at least according to the president of the United States, to start conducting nuclear weapons testing on an equal basis compared to the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation. That now brings us over to Vandenberg Space Force Base outside of Los Angeles. Vandenberg Space Force Base is a fairly significant complex here on the western coast of the United States of America, about a couple hours north of Los Angeles, really more so only about an hour or so. Vandenberg houses a large amount of silos that are able to launch Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles. Dang, that was not expected. But these Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles are somewhat older, at least with the age at which these ICBMs are at. Still, they are quite effective, and we did launch a test of one last night. We were able to see some clips of that, or at least a picture of the launch from Vandenberg right here, and we were also able to get footage released by the Department of Defense showing the missile launches right here as well. We cannot play the audio, but we can show the clip of the missile being launched, which we can see right here. And there
Look
goes.
at that. You gotta love it right there. A Minuteman 3. We've been using that missile for a long, long time. That is a tried and true system right there. It's impressive though. We still have to test the thing on a regular basis, like we're doing right now. This test was likely scheduled probably at least a year in advance, I'd imagine, just based on what I've heard before. So it's routine. I don't think even Russia tests their ICBM missiles quite like that.
No, they actually don't. We test ours quite regularly, and we always have successes most of the times. There's very rarely do we ever have failures. And this one was, of course, another success as usual.
Going out of Vandenberg of all places. I think they launch the SpaceX stuff out of Vandenberg as well, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, from time to time they actually do. I know a couple of people at Vandenberg, and they actually say the base is quite nice.
Oh look, a little detonation.
Yeah, look at that little remote detonation, but the test was a success, once again showing that the U.S. nuclear arsenal, unlike Russia's, actually works. Also, by the way, just to give you a little bit of a fun fact here, the Minuteman 3 has been in service since 1970, so it is quite an old little feller right there. It's about 55 years old and still kicking. So, good 55-year birthday for the Minuteman 3s, because for 55 years, they've continued to be the #1 nuclear deterrent, on land at least, for the United States of America, while the Tridents have been our nuclear intercontinental ballistic missile deterrents right next to the Minuteman 3. But moving on from that, the United States of America was able to complete its successful test overnight of the Minuteman 3 ICBM, and the Russian Federation has now responded by also stating the following. They are now going to be resuming nuclear testing as well. According to Putin, they are instructing the Foreign Ministry, the Defense Ministry, the intelligence services, and civilian agencies to draft proposals on resuming nuclear tests, the first in 35 years. We've also heard that apparently Gerasimov then immediately stated that they should start conducting tests on Ukraine. According to the Chief of General Staff Gerasimov, Russia must take appropriate measures in response to Washington's desire to conduct nuclear tests. If we do not take action now, time will be lost for timely response to the actions of the USA. And then what's this guy, man? The Earth is Sky guy. What's his name?
Oh, Fighter Bomber?
Oh, yeah, Fighter Bomber then said, there's an excellent testing ground called Ukraine. So it does appear that they are once again trying to insinuate the idea of a larger nuclear threat against Ukraine once more through their propagandists, and also somewhat insinuating it through the Russian government a little bit, considering that they already did lob an Oreshnik at them a little while ago, specifically at the city of Dnipro. And so it's generally something that is a little bit concerning, at least on that end. Still, outside of that, it does appear that the Russian Federation is dealing with some issues. And while they're running out of money, they're apparently going to be running out of money even faster now, trying to keep up with the United States and our nuclear missile tests that we're going to be conducting here throughout the next several years, most likely. But it does appear that a lot of people are actually talking about this very moment right now, and the announcement that the United States of America launched in a Minuteman 3 ICBM test overnight, and also the statements by the President of the United States about the resumption of regular nuclear tests. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so you might recall back in May, there was a scheduled Minuteman 3 test back in May of this year, which is just a few months ago, and it was actually delayed, and it was not conducted because, and this wasn't widely reported, but this was the reason they didn't launch it, is because geopolitical tensions were so high, they felt that the launch would likely cause something to pop off, so they delayed the launch. But we did see today, actually last night, that the U.S. did test that Minuteman 3 that we saw in that video, and launched it from Vandenberg and out into the ocean, and what are your thoughts about that? 48% said it's smart, and it sends a strong message to Putin and our adversaries, while 30% said it's routine anyway, and there's really no comment to be made on it, and 17% said it's unwise because it's unnecessary escalation. So I would say, honestly, if they delayed the last test because they felt it was too hot of a situation around the world to test it, it's certainly not a better time now. In fact, it's probably a worse time, actually. So we do need to test our ICBMs, but at the same time, though, and hopefully people don't take this the wrong way, because I believe in taking a strong stance against Russia, but we have to be very careful about nuclear-capable missiles, because we're in a very tense time right now. And, of course, we're probably communicating to Russia on back channels about this launch, so that way there's not any misunderstandings. But launching ICBMs, that is by nature escalatory. So we have to be careful with that. And also, the U.S. is very quick to say we're going to return back to testing nuclear munitions of sorts. Look at what that's triggered. It's triggered Russia to also restart nuclear tests themselves, which, in my opinion, is not good. So when it comes to nukes, we have to be very careful about that. That is something there that we should take very seriously and weigh that out very carefully, because it seems like both the United States and Russia are going wild right now when it comes to the new nuclear arms race, which is something that's horrifying. That's something very bad right there. So I'm actually with the minority. I'm with the 18%. I think it's kind of unwise at this point in time right now. We might have delayed it until a little bit later. That's just my personal opinion on the matter. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'd actually be with the 48%. I do think that it sends a fairly strong message, and we already understand that the Russian Federation was going to go back to these nuclear tests at some point in the future. Just to lay this out there to y'all over what we've seen from the past several weeks before we went off air for the Enforcer HQ 3.0 move, the Russian Federation was already announcing that they were going to be creating and developing newer and deadlier nuclear weapons. We already know that they are. They have already announced, well, not really newer and deadlier, it's just more so new in the sense that nobody else has been stupid enough to make them. But the Burevestnik, the multiple hypersonic weapons, and on top of that, they have been conducting tests of these nuclear weapon systems for quite some time at this point. So if the Russians are saying that they're going to start going back to full-blown nuclear tests, I don't really know what they mean by that, unless they mean that they're going to be conducting nuclear warhead tests, because the Russian Federation has already been conducting a large amount of nuclear tests at this point, including the test of the supposed cruise missile that they launched, along with the tests of the multiple hypersonics that they've launched, along with the Oreshnik IRBM that they launched directly at Ukraine with its MIRV intact, which did end up landing inside of Dnipro. They have been conducting multiple actions such as that, and yet now that the United States is responding to these endless amounts of provocations from the Russians, now the Russians want to act like, oh, look at that, the U.S. is being aggressive to us, and now we're going to up them one. Generally, I would say that this is a fairly strong response with that in mind, considering that the Russians have already been doing this for a while, and given the fact that the United States conducts routine nuclear tests, and Russia's are non-routine and generally impromptu from what we are understanding, I would say that they would be more so in the camp of being escalatory with their actions, and the United States is only responding at this point point, more so than being proactive and escalating the situation out of hand.
Yeah, I would say so, honestly. It's just really concerning. I know some people are about to be like, oh, you know, Russia always throws around the nuclear threats. Don't take it so seriously. But when people start testing actual nuclear warheads, which it sounds like the U.S. is going to start testing nuclear warheads again, which hasn't been done in a very long time. And we're now hearing Putin is following suit with that. And now we're also hearing that North Korea is going to be following suit with that. So it's spreading like a virus at this point. This whole nuclear testing fury behind it is starting to spread to many different countries. And that is a type of escalation that you absolutely do not want. Because once people start testing them and actually using them, in my personal opinion, I think psychologically, the barrier of use starts getting lower and lower because those countries are getting way more comfortable testing them and actually using them like they're more of a traditional munition, and that might actually encourage them to maybe use it on Ukraine or do something of that nature. So me personally, I think the U.S. ought to take a step back when it comes to the nuclear situation. On everything else, though, we need to be strong with Putin, but we don't want to start playing with something as deadly as nukes and pretending like it's like a no-brainer or something like that. We need to take that extremely seriously, and we don't want to act like a child, you know, playing with nukes like it's a toy, because it's not a toy. It's something that could end the entire world if it gets out of hand. So that's just my personal opinion.
I would have to generally say I would definitely agree. At the same time, I would also say we have to make sure that we're not looking weak against the Russians, even if that means that we're escalating at the nuclear level at that point with nuclear demonstrations and nuclear, I guess you could say, muscles, in a sense. I would say that we still can't be weak against the Russians and show any weakness because they'll take advantage of any weakness that they can find. But at the same time, folks, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. And we actually still have a very considerable amount of news to cover from the entirety of around the world. And to give you all a little bit of a bonus point today, considering that the Russians, you know, they're going to start spending a good amount of money on these full-blown nuclear tests, I do have to remind you all that the Russians are running out of money, and they ran out of enough money today that they're now going to be completely shutting down the Vostochny Cosmodrome. And
they got the power turned off, man. That's crazy. That's crazy work right there. A Cosmodrome with the power shut off. That's wild.
So, funnily enough, folks, no joke, the power company came by and read the meter for the Cosmodrome and gave the Russian government the bill. The Russian government just couldn't pay the bill, so they shut the power off. I'm not even kidding. Like, the utility came by and literally snapped the power off to the whole Cosmodrome because they can't pay for it.
Man, sooner or later, Putin's gonna be saying, thank you so much for the super chat and helping to keep the lights on. Because honestly, he needs help keeping the lights on at this point. That's wild right there. That's crazy. A place that launches Russia's missiles literally had the power shut off. I mean, that's like, I had to read that twice today because I was a little bit skeptical about it. I was like, is this like a meme or like satire or something? But it looks like it may be legit. It looks like
yeah,
it's
he might have to start being influenced here, Putin, can make some extra money to keep his country right.
The energy company's press service reported on Wednesday. I mean, that is just sad.
That's pretty damn sad right there. I mean, that's about as low as it gets. Could you imagine the U.S. having that problem? Like, let's say, like, you know, I don't name a power company in America. Like, let's say, like, let's just make one up. The Tennessee Power Company. Let's say the Tennessee Power Company came down to like, let's say, like one of our missile launch sites and said, okay, y'all haven't paid the bill, United States government. We're just going to shut the power off to your missile site. You would be in disbelief. Like, that would never happen. But in Russia, somehow it's possible.
Man, imagine at Vandenberg Space Force Base, they're saying there, T-minus 10 to launch. Boom! What the hell happened? What happened? And then you hear the general over there, boop, boop, boop. Hey, is this Pacific Gas and Electric? Yeah, sorry guys, we just didn't have enough money to pay the bill, but I promise you guys, we'll have the money in like a couple of days. Just, you gotta turn the power back on right now. We were in the middle of something really important. You know what I'm saying? Man, could you imagine?
Yeah, honestly, that's crazy. It's like, can they even operate or launch missiles without power to the facility? It seems like it makes it impossible to even launch a missile at that point.
No, you can't. A lot of it's powered by electricity and operated with it. So if the electricity's off, most of the stuff at the Cosmodrome is inoperable.
That's wild. I mean, that's insane. It's almost hard to believe.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, it is impossible to believe. I mean, and on top of that, man, you got to know that the utility's sitting there thinking, okay, we can always guarantee that the Russian government will pay the bills for all these, facilities that we're upkeeping electricity-wise. So we can always count on that income, and now they can't even count on that. I mean, that's just crazy.
It's really crazy, absolutely wild.
But with that little bonus news out of the way, folks, because that was something that's literally unbelievable. You can't believe that, you know? Like, the Russian government running out of money. And this isn't like a made-up run out of money thing, like the government shutdown here in America, where it's an issue of agreeing on spending the money. Russia's literally just out of money. I mean, it's not like they're having a hard time agreeing to spend the money on the Cosmodrome, which is kind of what's happening in the U.S. in a more elaborate way. Over there, they just literally don't even have the money, so they can't even pay the power company, and that's why the power's being shut off. But anyways, folks, with that, I hope that does address that well. But before we move on into the rest of our news for the night, which there is still a lot of, especially inside of Ukraine, the Middle East, the Indian subcontinent, the Caribbean, and elsewhere, I do want to make sure that we ask this little question here to all of y'all. Matthew just threw it up, and Putin has ordered the preparation for nuclear tests, and a lot of people are wondering what's going to be going on with the whole insinuated nuclear attack on Ukraine deal that was insinuated by some. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so like we mentioned a moment ago, Putin has ordered the preparations for nuclear tests, definitely missile tests, and maybe even live detonations of nuclear warheads on an atoll off the coast of Russia. And also, Russian officials appear to have threatened Ukraine with a strike, a nuclear test. Although technically that's more of a strike than a test, because if you're literally striking Ukraine with a nuke, that's not a test, that's an actual deployment. So what are your thoughts? 48% said the U.S. needs to double the stakes, while 39% said there's really no good answer here, and 8% said the U.S. needs to back down. So this is a tricky one. I'm not gonna really sugarcoat this one. It's a bit tricky. I personally am not in favor of doubling the stakes when it comes to nukes. That is reckless in my opinion, because it's expected that Putin's going to be reckless. He's a lunatic dictator. So obviously he's going to be an idiot because that's what he's all about. So we don't want to play into that because Putin is willing to take it to the brink, and we don't want to play into it. So the U.S. can't back down because we can't start taking steps back. That makes us look weak. So there's really no good answer here. I'm sort of stuck in the middle on this one. I think we should simply wait this out and see what happens. Don't take any action. Don't escalate or de-escalate, and just see what happens. So I'm with the 40%. I think we need to be very careful. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'll be with the 40%. There really isn't a good answer here. Doubling the stakes could get us actually quite close to a full-blown nuclear war with the Russians outright, which might not be the greatest idea. So I would generally say this might not be the greatest of a thing to have to deal with. I would generally say that the approach that we should take right now is to make it fairly clear that if any nuclear action is taken against the state of Ukraine, there will be a strong response by the United States of America, and then generally leave it open-ended as to what that response will be. It will be guaranteed, however, in that open-ended response that an armed response by the United States would be inevitable to such an action. But at the same time, we don't want to double the stakes by saying, if you nuke Ukraine with one nuke, we're going to kill everyone in Russia. That would be a terrible thing to do, because then we've literally turned that into skipping World War III. We've completely skipped World War III and the tactical nuclear exchange. We've just escalated that straight up to the death of everyone in the Northern Hemisphere immediately without any additional steps added in at that point. So we would want to start at the bottom still. If they nuke Ukraine, pretty much the ground war for World War III will start in Europe at that point with the Russians, and then we'll work from there. That's what I would say. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And Matthew, I actually understand that we have a couple of questions from the chat. So what do we got?
All right. So jumping into our first three super...
Because when we're dealing with the risk to civilians and also to our national security, generally the holy trifecta that I laid out earlier, the cost to the economy, the cost of safety to the citizenry, and also the elements inside the Caribbean over the course of the day. For one, the United States of America has hit another vessel within the area. We were able to see that right here. Footage was published by the Department of Defense. Oddly enough, the middle of the vessel was censored, but the strike then occurred and the vessel was destroyed.
That's a little bit strange. They blurred the middle of it. Seems like that would be something you wouldn't want to blur because that's the evidence basically. Also, by the way, I had heard that one of the Colombian individuals that were on one of these boats that were struck was apparently let go and not charged with anything. If I have that story correct.
Yeah, actually, we were about to get to that because I was about to say it is a little bit weird that they would censor the middle of this vessel. It did have 4 outboard motors, though, which certainly isn't a fishing vessel. You can say that. But one thing that is also quite questionable is that a Colombian national, a survivor of the U.S. drug submarine strike, was released without any charges and also was not detained for a long period of time, which makes us wonder why that was the case. Because if he was actually involved and a member of a cartel, then there is a good ground to detain him indefinitely at Guantanamo Bay. 100%. But he wasn't, and he's being released and returned back to Colombia, which would suggest, at least at the face value of it, that the guy was not involved in any cartel operations, and that he would have been considered to be civilian collateral on board that vessel if he had been killed. Which is starting to beg the question, how many people who have been civilian collateral have been killed on board these boats, which is now starting to become an even larger question. At the same time, we did get to see a U.S. KC-135, which did conduct a flight near to Venezuela earlier today for unknown reasons, and we've also been able to get a little bit of videos and pictures of the 22nd Mutiny and its operations around Puerto Rico, and we're going to mute that because that was incredibly loud and it shattered my ears. But here's the clip of them flying around the Iwo Jima.
Look at that, the Iwo Jima.
Look at that.
Oh, look, it's like Vietnam again. That's what we want. Let's repeat Vietnam. Send in the little helicopters. We can see the AH-1Zs continuing to fly on along. I got to say, the Vipers are crazily enough a very long-lived platform. Because these folks, actually, these AH-1Zs, I believe are upgraded versions of the AH-1G, if I'm not mistaken. And the Cobras have been around as America's first attack. Actually, funnily enough, folks, the Cobra, which is what this is for the large part, was the first attack helicopter that was purpose-built for that role in the world, and this is the most modified variant of it, and it's still in service about 60 or so years later. It's just crazy to me. Honestly, like just seeing these fly over right here and seeing the land in the distance, it reminds me of Vietnam so much, like the old footage and stuff like that. It really looks very similar to it.
Man, but this ain't Nam. Oh, this ain't Nam. This is infrared hell. Like, welcome to infrared hell.
if they shorten Vietnam to be just Nam, if we go to war in Venezuela, what's this going to be? This like Zuela? Is that what we're going to say? Oh yeah, I was in Zuela.
Man, no, man, we're gonna say it in some weird way, like they used to say Vietnam. We're gonna say Venezuela or something like that. Man, it's gonna be
Venezuela.
Venezuela, man, or something like that. It's gonna be like a Starbucks drink. Okay, I don't know. He was just mean mugging the camera at the start.
Cameraman right there. He's practicing that war face. Look at him.
He sat there and said, "Stand in front of this camera, and you're still not getting paid." And he went, "Oh," and he just mean mugged the camera for 3 seconds. Well, here
they love those LCACs, those things right there that are hard as hell to maintain. They love them.
The LCAC. Look at him go.
They do look pretty cool coming in, I will say that.
Look at them go. Wonderful little vehicles here.
Just big old cushions of air riding over the water like that. Fantastic. Airboat. Those Cajuns would love this, by the way.
Man, honestly, man. Dude, this is what a Cajun dreams of in their sleep, you know? Like, instead of having that little airboat that they have an LCAC and they're going around the bayou in this thing. Man, that's what they really want.
Not going around the bayou, swinging a little LCAC around the corner in the water.
Man, dying shoe.
I can't do Cajun speak. Like, it's too foreign to me. Look at it. It's deflated and everything. Look at that.
And they're getting ready to drop off the LAV-25s. Everyone loves an LAV-25.
Is there still such a thing as a Cajun Navy?
Yeah, that's like a non-profit sort of a deal.
Yeah, it's not like a military thing, but they call it the Cajun Navy.
And here comes the LAV-25s off of the ramp. And there's a Seahawk. Wow, magical. Let's take a look at the next clip. Oh, wow. Airborne. Look at that. Wow.
They're deploying GI.
Wow, who are these guys? We're about to find out, hopefully.
Welcome to your new home, GI.
Man. Americans, your country has abandoned you. You can now get Don Julio for $120 in Caracas. Like, oh, man.
Sir, should I land with my legs fully extended, sir?
Dude, that guy hit the ground, and I think he immediately started running. Oh, no, he actually was... he actually got his chute up and everything, I believe, or detached from it at least, and he's off.
Could someone who was like in the airborne, like, is there always somebody that gets injured on every single one of these jumps right here? Because it seems like at least one person's got to get injured, like with that fall.
No thanks.
What unit is he in?
I don't know.
Shoot, that's a low visibility version of the patch, and I hate to tell you folks, I don't really do good with the low visibility patches. So unfortunately I can't tell you what unit he's in. It is definitely Army Airborne. So there is an Army unit that's present within the area right now.
Those guys have been real meticulous here.
You've got to be meticulous with the parachutes. They're fairly expensive, actually.
That's nothing for the military. They spend that like water.
Hey, you wouldn't want an Article 15 for destruction of government property on a training drill, would you?
Now I prefer an Article 5.
Honestly.
Dumps.
I'm just waiting to see one of those AC-130 gunships going over, you know, the little...
Yeah. And here's another clip right here.
What kind of environment? Where are they?
Why, they're in the desert.
This is this Trinidad and Tobago? That doesn't look like the environment there.
Oh no, this isn't Trinidad and Tobago. I actually don't know where this is.
Interesting. Yeah, I was like, that environment looks not like anything in that region.
And everyone's saying the 173rd. The 173rd? Hold up, folks. Isn't that in Europe? Isn't that in Africa Task Force, Italy? Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's their patch. Huh.
Interesting.
Oh, that's interesting. So where was that footage from then? Because they're in Vicenza in Italy. And once y'all brought up the 173rd, I was like, huh, well, they're in the Africa Task Force. Why in the world would they be in the Eastern Caribbean? So maybe that footage is not from the Eastern Caribbean. Wait a minute. Let's look at this. Okay, they drop. That is near Vicenza, Italy, because that back there is the Alps. I'm fairly certain.
Those look like the Alps.
Also, aren't some of these guys in some of the clips here? Aren't these some of these Marines? Like, why does the caption say U.S. Army? Like, some of them are Army, but some of them are Marines.
The ones on the LCACs were the Marines. These guys, though, are the Army, because you can tell by the camo pattern that they're using. The Marines have their own camo pattern. I forgot the specific name of it, but I honestly think it's really cool looking. But these guys are Army, and if we look at their patch again, right there, you can actually see the sword held by the wing, which is the emblem of the 173rd, and this is the high-vis version. Well, actually, it's a bayonet with a wing wrapped around it, and that's the emblem of the 173rd. So this is the 173rd, and considering that their permanent basing is in Vicenza, I would have to assume that this footage here is actually from somewhere around Vicenza, Italy.
Yeah, it's got to be, because that environment does not look similar. I think the Marine footage might have been from Venezuela, but the jumper footage here is not.
This is probably from Puerto Rico. This is definitely from Puerto Rico. This is most likely from Italy, and I honestly think this is from the United States. I have a feeling this is the United States.
Yeah, I think so. This doesn't look like Italy, Venezuela. This looks like nothing.
You know what this looks like? This looks like North Arizona.
Yeah.
It could be. It could be Yucca.
Yuck!
Or Yuma. Also, let's see. Chris's mom said, with the parachutes they have now, there's less injuries. I switched to these parachutes when I was getting out of the Army. Yeah, the parachutes do look like they're pretty large, by the way. But I could imagine even with large and smack their legs down, like when they're smashing on the ground like that. That's gotta hurt.
Man, honestly, man. Dude, I bet you that's not good for your knees being in the airborne.
Oh, hell no. I would imagine not. Make sure you protect your legs, GI.
Make sure to look like a real wimp and put on your knee pads, GI. Like, just because knee injuries are no joke. They are the worst thing to get. I mean, at that point, you may as well already be nearly paralyzed in your legs if your knees don't work. Because if your knees don't work, your legs practically don't work. So protect your knees, folks. I know that people hate the way knee pads look, but you got to protect your knees. Look at that. Now, these are definitely the U.S. Marines.
I think this is in California, actually.
You know, I have a feeling it's around some area that has about 29 palms in it. No more, no less.
Could be, possibly. It's definitely the desert, though. Oh, look, a little airdrop.
Oh. Look at that. Wow. Look at that.
All you have to do to collect that is run up to it and hold the X button, and you instantly get all the crate supplies out of
it. Man, honestly, if that was that easy, that would be great.
You can also bonk the crates with your fist a couple of times and get gold coins, too, that you can take.
Oh, wow. The rotary gun, the 25 mil on the Cobras sound great. And those are the Hydras. doing another drop.
Sometimes you have to send an extra care package. Sometimes the enemy comes along and presses X first, so you got to resupply to make sure that they didn't get snatched.
There's the moon.
Oh, that's nice. It's good to know it's still there.
They're right off the flight line, and then we're in the...
That's a Canadian. That's a Canadian right there.
This is like footage that is just like totally unrelated to Venezuela.
If that's okay. Yeah.
This is a Marine.
Pull up the Pouch 28. Once this mission with Tron
That's
is
the
over,
sun.
I'll send them that mission just so we don't mess up their OODA loop.
That's the horizon. That's also the moon. Well, I don't know why that moon's giving me the cough. That's the moon that makes you cough. Dang. But that's everything going on in the Caribbean right now. Meanwhile, moving on out of that and making sure that we covered everything in Washington, it's now time for us to move on around the world. Journey with me, will ya? Moving on into the Indian subcontinent, we were able to hear that everyone in China and India have paused their purchases of Russia and Iranian oil due to increasing sanction enforcement, resulting in extremely discounted prices on Iranian oil. That is very good to hear. The Iranians are also suffering as well. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, in the middle of the East, in the dead center of the middle of the East, in Saudi Arabia, we were able to hear that they are now trying to purchase up to 48 F-35 Lightnings. According to Reuters, a final decision on the major defense deal has not yet been made, but the Pentagon has been working on the details of the potential sale for several months. Such a transaction could significantly alter the balance of power in the Middle East, and I would hope so. The Saudis are a great ally of the United States of America. They produce this really cool thing called oil, and they also have absolutely no press rights in that country. Still, they are an ally of the United States of America, and for that reason, we should give them Lightnings. That's actually a country I'm a fan of giving F-35 Lightnings. We generally give them pretty decent stuff. If you've ever looked at the Saudi Air
They can
Force,
afford it.
which allow me to show y'all here really quickly. We actually give them some really fine equipment. Nice stuff, really, is the best way to put it. They have 71 Eurofighter Typhoons. 71 of them. Would you ever believe that you'd see a Eurofighter Typhoon with Arabic on it? No, you wouldn't. And yet the Saudis have them. They also have 81 Panavia Tornadoes. They also have 211 different variants of the F-15, including the most advanced, the F-15EX Strike Eagle II. So we actually do give them quite a decent amount of equipment. And when I say give, folks, I mean sell it. Obviously not give it to them for free. They're going to have to pay. They got all that oil money, and we want a little bit of that. So they're going to have to pay, but still, they do get a decent amount of our good stuff anyways, and they're pretty good customers, so let's give them some F-35s. It's the export stealth aircraft that we made. They're buying, we're selling, so let's give them some. Also on top of that, if you ever look at the Saudi Army, and let me go show you all that, the Saudi Army is also no joke either. Let me go show you all that here really quickly. Oh, let's see here. We need to find the equipment. Equipment of the Saudi Army. Here we are. Oh, they've got that Glock.
Oh, man, that's a smart choice there. You gotta love those. Those are good old reliables.
And we will skip everything else and just go straight to the heavy vehicles. They also have a great deal of artillery, but we won't cover that for now. Let's see here. Oh, here we are. They have the following. 575 M1A2Ss. There's the Saudi ones right there. This is the one closest to the screen on the right. That's a Saudi M1A2. Pretty much identical to the US M1A2, except that the depleted uranium armor inserts are not inserted in theirs. I believe they get chobam armor in the turret cheeks of the Saudi M1A2s, which is like depleted uranium, but it's just a little bit of a step down from it. But they do get that. It's the second best thing that they can get, and it's fairly close to depleted uranium. So they get those. They also have 370 M60 patents, And they also have 140 AMX-30s, which are fairly ancient these days, but they still have them. So y'all can see, the Saudis have been a big customer of ours for a while. They also have 380 Bradleys as well, which is not a small number. So they are quite a large customer of ours, and I would generally tell y'all that we should allow them to continue to be big customers and give them some F-35s, because it can only help us with beating the Iranians in the future. Moving on from that, and on out of the Middle East, it's now time for us to move on up into Europe and to continue our coverage of the news of the war in Ukraine. Moving us on into our location unknowns, we were able to see a Russian doomsday truck. This one was particularly
what the
fun.
hell? What did they hang like electrical wire off the side of it or something? What is that?
Matthew, that's called a nice haircut, and we respect that.
Also, I like the industrial vent, like the dryer vent they put on the back of it right there with the metal slats going sideways right there. That's a nice added touch right there. Very practical.
Oh, this is the front.
Well, that's still good. Good dryer vent at the front. That always helps you tank.
Man, this is the back. This is the front. It's like, what's the difference? There hardly is any. But it looks terrible. This thing is truly horrendous, especially from the side.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look good from the back. Usually that's the best angle, but not here. That's not.
Man, you know, I heard the words of a wise actor one day. He said, "Man, back in the day, we used to call it bussing on each other." And one guy, he couldn't get a right angle. And honestly, that's this vehicle.
You don't know who said that, but it sounded a little bit sus.
Man, that was the guy who also came up with the amazing line, "Keeps my wife's name out your effing mouth." And it was that guy. It was that guy. And he also came up with that line. That guy is full of great lines. Incredibly wonderful lines. I just wish his kid was as good as acting as he was. But with that, moving on from then on into the location unknowns, we also got to see the following losses. According to Miss Disa, keeper of the records, Miss Disa stated correction. Artillery is plus 24 total. 34,273, not yesterday's numbers. 398 drones is the 20th highest daily loss, tied with October 20th of 2025, and categories are below the 7-day averages. Now, folks, let's break it on down into the finer numbers. Russia's losses as of the 5th of November. 900 troops wounded and killed, along with 3 APCs, 70 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 24 artillery pieces, 398 drones, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare missile systems. So, all in all, not bad. Moving on out of the location unknowns and the casualty reports, we're now going to be moving our way on up into Vovchansk, where we were able to see Russian positions getting hit quite greatly by Ukrainian drones, including this Bahanka, which got turned to smithereens.
Oh, wow. Like they just sent a little beep in there and got him.
Man, I have to say.
Oh, look, they sent a green one down. Organic.
Yeah. You guys are hilarious.
Oh.
Man.
You, sir, would you like some organic bananas? You, sir. How dare you, sir?
Crazy.
Get your hands off my organics.
All from
This bloke right here touched me on
drones,
organics,
too.
people.
What are the charges? Enjoying organic? A succulent Chinese organic? How dare you, sir? Get your hands off my organics! This is bloke who touched me on the organic, people. Oh! And you, sir, are you ready to receive my limp organics? No, man, honestly, that's almost the same thing that he said. But moving on from that, and on down to the Lehman front, the Signum unit was also taking a couple of hits.
The Signum Mail unit right here. Are these those fiber optic drones right here they're still using? Oh, look at these guys.
Oh.
Guys crouching down like he's in Mission Impossible or something like that. But it turned out the mission was actually impossible. He got smashed.
Hey, yo. He got smashed. Hey, yo. What the hell? Like, man.
He got smashed by that drone real hard.
That was even worse. That's getting worse, man. Oh my goodness.
Damn, I tell you, this is a rough life out here on this battlefield. Look at this. This thing's right here. It's causing these guys to start tripping. That's like they see a drone, they start losing the ability to walk. It's like that's probably the time you want to be able to run is when you see a drone.
Man, they have that horror movie running ability, man. Like as soon as something bad shows up, they can't run anymore.
Yeah, I tell you, that's just they're losing their they're not limber anymore. They're just like having a hard time.
Man, they're not limber, but they sure as hell are getting turned into timber. Oh man, call the Ukrainian lumberjacks because they're out there yelling timber, and the Russians are turning into it. Holy moly! Moving on down the line, though, we also get to see the soldiers of the Special Operations Forces Unit Arton getting hit with a Russian drone and trucking on through it. Take a look. And there it was. There it hit. I had to mute that there, unfortunately, because of the music. But the vehicle got hit, and they kept rolling.
Those guys having a moment here.
This guy
This is like a live reaction. Oh, he's not happy about this.
This is actually interesting. This is the view from the command post, but the armored vehicle kept rolling and is still working.
That's wild. The Ukrainians have a behind-the-scenes cameraman filming the commander's reaction. It's like they're filming this for like a TV show.
It is really crazy. You know, they have a lot of cameras.
Oh yeah.
Honestly,
Well,
they're
the
like in the
war's a bit
production
different
business.
now.
You can
There's
tell
so
they have
many
a
cameras everywhere.
commander-in-chief that used to be in television because they're literally filming it for TV.
Also, we can see the Ukrainian Special Forces Unit, the Arton, continuing to get back to its operations. The armored vehicle now pulling out after dropping off the troops and getting on out of there.
Making sure no drones come out of nowhere. House looks great, Bubba.
They blew this whole
Awesome.
guy's face out. The faceless commander here.
In
wow, look, they
Artem-
got that little thing. Oh, so who's Artan?
That's the Special Forces Unit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see you know judo well. You know, they're also taking a Russian prisoner here.
This ramps from the motorcycle brigade.
And that's the end of the clip. But moving on from that and further on down the line and into the Pokrovsk area, we also get to see the Ukrainians targeting and hitting Russian vehicles in the area, including this little remote-controlled drone one.
Looking really barren out here too. It looks like it's been burned or something with how everything's orange like that. Oh, look at that little thing.
Bam.
And that was a Russian one?
Yeah, that was a Russian one.
Wow, that's unbelievable, actually. The Russians have finally caught up to what the Ukrainians have been doing for months, actually. They've got their
That's
own
the mine layer.
Wally, basically. So, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Interesting indeed. But moving on out of that and on into Donetsk, we also get to see a little incident that happened overnight. Y'all want to see the sun rise over the city of Donetsk? Watch this ammo depot.
That's bright. Oh my God.
Look at that
Wow.
shockwave.
Holy crap. That shockwave, though. Damn. Jeez, but did you hear, man, it like burned the mic out. It was so loud. It literally just like turned into static.
Man, that was crazy right there. Let's watch that again. Dang.
Damn.
Oh my God.
What the hell munitions were in that place?
A lot of them. Yeah, apparently a whole lot of them. We also got one other clip of that as well, from right here.
Damn.
Ooh,
That is
oh my
insane.
Lord.
Dang. And these guys were pretty far away from that too, for that to hit that hard.
Man, that hit like a freight train. Let's watch that again. Dang.
That is wild. Honestly, in my head, that's the way I imagine a nuke looking if it went off, is something like that. It kind of like looks like that, at least in my head.
Honestly, that's what it would look like to me too, really. Like, at least that's what I would think. But moving on from that, and for a brief moment before we get on down to Kherson and Crimea, I do have to bring y'all through the damage that was caused to Russia overnight. The Ukrainians did attack the Volgograd refinery again and have caused a large amount of damage to it. Again, you can see that right there. You can also see it right here. Would y'all like to see it from another angle? Of course. Take a look at that. There's the fire at the refinery. It was hit again. Oh, look, a little air defense up there. Didn't help them much. But, you know, they tried. And I guess it's the thought that counts for them. They never succeed. And there's the fire again at the refinery. In the midst of all this, the Russian air defenses did end up hitting one of their own houses in Volgograd. What you can see right here. There's the damage right there where my mouse cursor is at.
Oh, jeez.
Don't know how they do it. Every single time they somehow get their own in collateral. I just don't understand that. But anyways, we also saw up near Moscow, the city of Vladimir, which is a very important city, that something very bad happened for the Russians overnight. There is a huge power transformer, high voltage power transformer, or really more so a substation, that is within the area of the city of Vladimir. And this one actually supplies power to the Moscow area. And that one got hit overnight by the Ukrainians. Take a look. Oh, do y'all hear that? That sounds like a lawnmower. Lawn mowing at 3 in the morning? Oh!
Oh. Niet Vladimir.
Oh. Oh.
Oh wow. It's burning good. It's a bad substation. It's a bad day to be a substation. Did y'all know that this substation right here in Vladimir is one of the main ones that routes electricity from one of their local nuclear power stations straight to Moscow? That's very unfortunate for Russia.
Very unfortunate indeed.
It's a 750 kilovolt substation, as Indy Andy 4C was saying in the chat.
And I have to say, a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing. And also, there were reports of explosions over Rostov. We didn't get any proof of the explosions yet. We'll have to wait till tomorrow. And inside of Tuwops, we also got satellite photography showing us the oil slicks from around the port, which is confirming the damage was pretty heavy. And also, it looks like the ships have been moved out of the way already, so apparently no significant damage was caused that led to one of the ships to sink right there at the spot, so that's interesting to note. But moving on out of Tuwops port and the damage that was caused there, which is very good to see, we will now be once again returning back to our normal news inside of Ukraine. Moving us down into the Dnipro River estuary area, we get to see the 1st Battalion of the 40th Coastal Defense Forces doing their part against the Russians in the Dnipro River.
Also, we have a Vladimir Putin lookalike in here. Oh man, he had to go. Oh man, that's terrible right there. Terrible.
Man, truly, it's terrible. Unfortunate, honestly.
I like how the bot's name was Vladimir Putin, President of Russia. It's like, you know, like what type of trolling even is this? Let me go check this profile out real quick. Let's see. It was literally created a few years ago. It had 200 subscribers. What a shame right there. What a shame.
What a shame. A professional Putin glazer. Like, it's getting banned. Like, what a shame.
Man, he's like that guy in New York, Sliwa. He said, "Stop glazing me. You gotta stop glazing me." They always glazing me. I walk in the room and they're glazing me.
Man, meanwhile, man, in New York, okay, it's the 90th mayoral debate. We're gonna start with the stupidest question we can imagine that impacts nobody. What's your favorite bagel? And then the first guy, my favorite bagel is the one that is a woman getting me involved in a scandal. The second guy, well, of course it's going to be the most New York answer ever, and then gives the biggest smile he can. And then Sliwa, back in 1984. A group of fire ants in Central Park strung me up and shot me with an AK 5 times. Like, I had to crawl out of Central Park, like, bleeding to death.
Better yet, sir, what's your favorite bagel? Listen, I don't eat bagels because back in 1980, I got in the back of a yellow cab and the Gambinos and the Gottis got in the back and shot me 5 times. It's like, bro, it's like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, what does it have to do with anything? It's like, what the hell is this even about?
Dude, everyone, the other two guys up there, trying to give real answers, and then Sliwa, you ever killed a man? Honestly, man, dude, that was, honestly, folks, that was like the comedic relief section of the whole thing that happened up there. Not getting into the politics of all that, but the whole Sliwa thing, I mean, that was honestly, folks. I respect him being there just because he was hilarious. I mean, he was hilarious the whole time. But anyways, moving on from
I
that
didn't
and
watch
on
the
down into
debate.
Crimea, we'd also get to see a Pantsir on the
Not
move within
that
the area.
anymore.
This is actually a Pantsir S1 and probably the most dookie looking one I've ever seen. Like, this thing is really missing a lot of pieces to it. But beyond that, they're moving it around Crimea. It's assumed that one of them was lost
Smiley face on the
recently, and
back.
that's why this one's on the move.
Look at the smiley face.
Is to replace the other one that was lost due to enemy fire, or basically the Ukrainians blowing it up. So, with that, I hope that does address that well. And it's time for us, folks, to move on up to Kyiv to cover the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine here on day 1350 of The Wire. And so, without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці. Зараз багато роботи з партнерами. Перш за все, в інтересах нашої ППО та нашої енергетики. Це ключові пріоритети в умовах таких російських ударів. Фактично щодня наші енергетики, ремонтні бригади ДСНС України займаються відновленням на місцях після ударів. Постійно точкові влучання, і особливо в наших громадах поблизу кордону з Росією, поблизу фронту. Чернігівщина, Сумщина, Харківщина, Донеччина, Запоріжжя, Херсон, Миколаївщина – всюди оперативні служби залучені, обласна влада. Ми формуємо і відповідні зв'язки з партнерами для такої ж оперативної міжнародної підтримки. Говорив сьогодні з прем'єр-міністром Японії. Це була наша перша розмова з новою очільницею уряду Японії. Відносини з Японією у нашої держави зараз в час цієї війни найбільші, ніж будь-коли. І Японія принципово нас підтримує. Ми можемо ще значно збільшити нашу співпрацю. І це передусім стосується енергетики, ППО і таких чутливих сфер, як експорт нашої зброї, як обмін досвідом оборони в цій війні. Світ зацікавлений, щоб досвід наших людей для захисту життя був поширений. Ми готові співпрацювати з тими, хто справді допомагає нам, допомагає Україні, і ми будемо значно збільшувати співпрацю з Японією. Багато цілей маємо спільних і в тиску на Росію, щоб війна не розширювалась. Санкції проти Росії, використання російських активів для захисту від російської ж агресії, координації наших зусиль в дипломатії – все це в порядку денному. Сьогодні ж я говорив з президентом Литви Гітанасом Наусєдою. Дякую за підтримку. Є готовність допомогти із постачанням газу. І я доручив команді все вивчити та підготувати пропозиції для політичних домовленостей. Поінформував також про ситуацію в країні, у відносинах з партнерами. Ми працюємо разом з Гітанасом, щоб у нашому регіоні всі вільні країни та лідери більш взаємодіяли. Багато у нас і спільних безпекових викликів, в тому числі для захисту з повітря від загроз з Росії, з Білорусі. Обов'язково ми допоможемо. Говорив сьогодні також з президентом Сербії. Окрім безпекової тематики, про ситуацію у відносинах з Європейським Союзом, про відповідні виклики. Україна отримала позитивний звіт про нашу роботу в перемовинах щодо членства. Це, до речі, найкращий звіт за 3 роки про наше зближення з Євросоюзом. Ми готові підтримувати всі зусилля наших партнерів, тих, хто теж на шляху до членства, щоб Євросоюз у підсумку ставав сильніше. І ми плануємо і дипломатичні заходи наступних тижнів. І поки деталі не робимо публічними, але нашим представникам є над чим попрацювати і з партнерами в Євросоюзі, і з представниками Сполучених Штатів Америки. Листопад має принести не менше результатів з партнерами, ніж дав нам жовтень. Були доповіді сьогодні наших військових, був на окремій доповіді керівник Служби безпеки України. Безумовно, питання Покровськ. Ми продовжуємо знищувати окупанта. Я хочу відзначити особливо спецпризначенців ЦСОА, СБУ, які системно і дуже результативно знищують російських окупантів та їхню техніку в районах Покровська, в самому місті також. Дякую вам, хлопці, за ефективність. є необхідні результати і у наших підрозділів, які воюють на цьому напрямку. Наші штурмові підрозділи, наші оператори сил безпілотних систем, наші воїни Національної гвардії, військової служби правопорядку, ГУР та, звісно, усіх тих наших бригад, які захищають Донеччину. Дякую всім вам, дякую всім, хто б'ється заради нашої держави, заради наших людей. Слава Україні!
Героям слава. And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine here on day 1350 of the news from around the world. And that's going to be moving us on, folks, into the second segment of this stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy, folks, what a fun time.
Okay, we are getting some word of some breaking news in New York.
Don't let Eli touch anything tomorrow. Don't let Eli touch anything tomorrow. Uh-huh. Time to spit outside. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. Good. Okay. Mm. Get too hot and then I get too cold and then it's not, there's no happy medium right now. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes the heat of blanket's not enough, but like I still feel the heat on my upper body, so it's just like my upper body gets hot. Just crazy. Especially when one is wrapped up and the other one's not. But at least they're not dirty anymore. Mm-hmm. No, Diva, it's too late. It's almost midnight. I'm not listening to anything right now. Yeah. Maybe somebody walking their dog or something. Mm-hmm. Okay. Use it to wipe my forehead. What? Keep the sweat from going in my eyes. Hmm. Eventually. Not in a rush. I'm a normal short. Don't forget to ground. You forgot to put the coffee grounds in it. Hot water. You should make about 3 cups. About like 3 or 6 cups. Or do you make the whole pot? Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. It's off. Please don't. No, dude. You're not going out. It's way too late. On your way up after you give me a kiss goodnight. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Take the harness off too. She does seem bigger, doesn't she? Touch Diva. Come here. Mm-hmm. Come on, up. Oh, come on, get up. Come on, up. Down. Time for bed. Oh, of course you made a mess up there. What are you doing? Miss Diva. What are you doing? Diva? What are you doing, Diva? Waking up, I suppose? Oh, lay down. Oh, dear girlie. All right. All right. Let's learn about this explosion. No, lay down. It's too late. All right. Listen to this.
City. The Post has this. They say 6 firefighters. We just heard a press briefing from the New York Police Department. They say they have now confirmed 7 firefighter injuries. So that's why the banner in the lower part of your screen says 7. Multiple firefighters being injured after an apparent explosion happening earlier this evening in New York City. Fox 5 New York coming online with their 10 p.m. news just moments ago. Let's play out the top of their newscast. They have some video from the scene. They talk to some witnesses. Let's listen into what they know, and then we'll listen into the latest press conference after we listen into some of their coverage.
Breaking news tonight, 6 firefighters hurt in a car explosion. Welcome to the 10 o'clock news. I'm Natasha Verba.
And I'm Steve Lacey. Let's get right out to Linda Schmidt live outside Jacoby Hospital, where an update on their condition is expected at any moment. Linda.
That's right there, Steve and Natasha. Well, first of all, over my shoulders here, you can see the door going in, the sliding glass doors going into the hospital where the FDNY is going to be holding a press conference momentarily. But this is what I know so far. We'll be going in there to find out more information, but this is what I know so far. 6 firefighters were injured in this car fire explosion. I am being told at this point they are going to be okay. But how it started was a garbage fire. This was in a neighborhood. Garbage fire spread to the car exploded. Well, we have video of that explosion, and you can hear the explosion. Take a listen.
Well, yeah. Oh, here.
I mean, that is wild. You can hear people screaming as the car is exploding and the fire engines, the sirens coming in. This all happened about 7 o'clock tonight on Westchester Avenue at Intervale Avenue and Kelly Street. That is in the Longwood section of the Bronx. Now, fire marshals are on the scene. They are investigating. And an FDNY hazmat unit was also brought in. And then take a look at this video right here. You can see one of the firefighters on a stretcher. Again, 6 of them were injured. And again, I am being told they are all expected to be okay. Now, witnesses to this, you could hear them screaming on that video there. They just could not believe what they were seeing.
When I came out, I heard a boom. I heard like a big flash.
Tell it, bro. Tell it.
I just seen all the smoke in the air right here, and then the fire. It just looked crazy.
All the kids started shouting, look out the window, and then when we saw all the 2 cars plus the garbage was in flames, and then there was a big explosion, and then like all the trees caught fire and everything.
Transporting.
And again, that news conference expected to start momentarily here. FDNY inside Jacoby Hospital. We're heading in there right now. We will bring you the very latest at 10:30. We will be live with you again at that time. Back inside to you.
All right, Linda, thank you so much. Well, a wrinkle in holiday travel, the FAA announcing.
So I wanted to listen into the beginning of their newscast because they, as you saw, share some pretty stunning images coming from that explosion, a massive blast happening out there. They had 6 firefighters injured throughout their reporting. We later learned from the press conference, 7 injured. Thankfully, none of the injuries life-threatening. This was the press conference just wrapped up moments ago. Let's play this out.
Good evening. I'm John Esposito. I'm the chief of department. ESPOSITO. We all set? All right. So shortly after 7 o'clock tonight in the Bronx, We were receiving phone calls for a fire at various intersections at Fox and Westchester, Fox and 165. The eventual address was 955 Westchester Avenue. Our units arrived to a fire in some outside rubbish and some cars. Shortly after we arrived and started to operate, there was some sort of explosion on the scene. Injured 7 firefighters, 5 of them with burns to the hands and the face. 3 of them are being admitted. The burns are considered serious but not life-threatening. The members, our firefighters, are awake, alert, and speaking, but they have some serious burns, and we'll be obviously praying for them. Quick action by our emergency medical service. They were transported here to Jacoby, and great work by our Jacoby Hospital emergency folks and in the trauma and burn center, praying and hoping that our firefighters are going to be okay. So I'll pass it to Dr. Tepperman from Jacoby.
Sorry. Thank you, Chief Esposito. The firefighters we expect will all recover. I was just telling the chief that I'll be worried until they're all home, but we do expect that they will recover from their injuries. I would say one thing, though, Chief. I was talking to each of your members. You know, a wall of fire came on them and surrounded them, and what they were concerned about is their colleagues and their families. And there is a reason why I refer to you folks as New York's bravest. Thank you.
Would you say spell your name, please?
Yeah, it's Tepperman, T-E-P-E-R-M-A-N.
First name?
Sheldon.
Anyone have a question?
Kelly.
I just got here at Fox 5. We're just going live outside. Can you give us a breakdown of what exactly happened here?
So we arrived at a fire in front of 955 Westchester Avenue. There was a lot of garbage and debris on the sidewalk. That was on fire. There were a couple of cars on fire. And shortly after we arrived on the scene, there was some sort of explosion, a large fireball, and it injured 7 of our firefighters. 5 of them received serious burns to the hands and face. They are expected to be okay. Serious burns, but non-life-threatening. 3 of them are being admitted here, and we do expect them all to fully recover. That's part of the investigation. We're not sure what caused the explosion, so our hazmat company, our Bureau of Fire Investigation, and our Bureau of Fire Prevention are all on the scene investigating the cause.
What about cause?
Cause? We're not sure. The Bureau of Fire Investigation is on the scene now conducting their investigation.
What's the wind factor with reactive fire today?
The wind?
The wind, was it?
I don't believe wind was a factor, but that'll all be part of the investigation. You know, and again, it's just a constant reminder of the dangers that our firefighters face in New York City every day. And that, again, that'll be all part of the investigation, what our fire marshals will be looking at.
Anybody else? Good. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Meeting today. I think we had a meeting that was very conclusive in so many different things that we wanted, things that he wanted, and that was good. We'll be announcing that sometime later, and he'll be making an announcement too. But we had a great meeting with Turkey and their very respected president, and spent time. We had lunch, and we had a lot of good discussions. So those 2 things, and we have some executive orders today to sign that are very important for the country, and
the sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
I can't wait for him to become the mayor
and then get locked up in endless lawsuits, funding disputes, congressional, like, different types of lockdowns, and then nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing new happens.
I think that's what's going to happen.
He's
I
probably
do,
gonna fire
because
the
that's what happened with Obama. That's what happened with Trump. Is that everybody thinks they're going to get in there and change the system. And there's so many levels to this. Like, maybe you can make the buses free. I don't know. I don't even know about that one. But we'll see.
No, yes, go through public transit.
For as long as we can remember,
I think they'll get deported.
People
I don't know about
of
that.
New York have been
I wouldn't
told
expect them to get deported.
by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater.
I think this is a big factor too, is that a lot of his support here is coming from people that are primarily young people who are disaffected and feel like they don't have any sort of control over power. I think definitely that's true. Absolutely.
Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands.
Oh boy. Oh
Yeah.
boy.
My friends,
I just imagine him sitting behind the mayor desk with his feet
just
up
like
the whole
Trump.
day.
Yeah, exactly. This is the people kicking out the Uniparty. Because again, keep in mind, the guy he was running against was also a Democrat. Like, Cuomo ran as a Democrat, and then he dropped out and ran as an independent to still run in the election. This wasn't like Republican versus Democrat, really. This was establishment, generic Democrat versus new guy, Democratic Socialist, right?
Yeah.
Like extremist Democrat or more extreme Democrat. Come on, to be a plant? Yeah. Cuomo family is a dynasty? Yeah. So is the Bush family. How'd that work out?
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life.
Oh.
But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few.
So again, that goes back to the Israel thing. Yep, absolutely.
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st,
is that whenever he takes
I will
office?
be sworn in as the mayor of New York City.
All right. Man, I cannot wait to see how I really don't know how this is going to go. Is this going to be like a really great change where everything gets better? Is it going to be like Obama when people think the world is going to change and then nothing happens? Or is everything just going to get so much substantially worse that no Democratic Socialist ever gets elected again? Right? Like, I feel like I really don't know what's going to happen with this. Nobody knows? Yeah. And I'll admit, I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen. It's not my city. Go ahead. Yeah. Elect a rapper that, 34-year-old rapper that, he like goes in there, he eats rice with his hands. Yeah, sure. See what happens.
Third world.
I'm going to watch from over here. It's content? Yeah.
So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you
Mayors can only make life
to the
worse.
next
Is that right?
generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past.
And again, you go back, and I'll show it again. Where's that graph? You see these graphs, bro. These are not good graphs. Those are graphs that make people vote for democratic socialists. That's what happens.
You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership.
That's true. Yeah. People don't like being
We will fight for you
patronized.
because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
I have no idea what the fuck that means.
Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own.
Yeah.
I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas.
I think people got mad about this part, right?
Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses. Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties.
That was a real controversy.
To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this.
Everything but white people. I do think that there's definitely a racial component to it. And I think that the amount of racial awareness that people like Zoran are creating, I think it will be an ultimately bad thing. Because once enough people start doing that, and you're already starting to see this happen, is you're starting to see white people play identity politics too. And I don't think that's going to be a good thing for anybody. Like the focus on, I think, identity politics, playing race games and stuff like this,
he did his
it is
entire
a
race
race to the bottom. It is. And wish they include white people on it. It will ruin the country. Yeah, I think it will cause a lot of big issues, right? Because obviously, like, there are a lot of white people in the country, right? I don't know if they're still the majority in the country, but they're definitely the plurality, right? There's more white people than any other one individual group of people in the country for sure, right? And so if white people start playing identity politics also, it will be very problematic. It will be extremely problematic, and I think it will be bad for everybody. I don't think anybody, like, it's okay, like, in a general sense, that, like, a population that's, like, an 8% or 15% or something like that is, like, playing identity politics because it's not a huge amount of people, right? But whenever you have everybody playing this game, I think society will not function in the way that it should. And unfortunately, I think that the amount of people that are discussing, bringing up, and, like, you know, trying to, you know, like, oh, Ethiopians and all of these other people, and then not mentioning, like, just average, you know, average Jewish people or average white people, right, that also voted for him, which, by the way, many people did, that were just average Jewish and white people. I think doing that is going to create a radicalizing effect. And I think it's already happening. Like, when white people start using identity politics, so many excuse for those who are actually racist to express their anger with justification. Well, the people that are actually racist will be the ones that will be doing that. They will basically be, you know, like, for example, how the Democrats created a lot of, like, they basically created a violence apparatus with something like the Tesla burnings, right? That will be the same thing that right-wing people will do once enough, like, white people identity politics become popular. Is that whenever you do have, you know, like, white supremacists going out and doing stupid things and being assholes and committing crimes, instead of putting them in jail and, you know, like, immediately saying that they're bad, a lot of these right-wing people, what they're going to do is, because they're playing identity politics, they're going to try to smooth it over and be like, well, you know, it wasn't really this guy, it was something else. And like, well, I don't want to condemn it. People have their different opinions and everything like that, right? Bro, what the fuck? ICE is already doing it. ICE deporting people for being illegally in the country is not the same as white supremacists going out and being violent and committing crime for race-based reasons. It's just not the same thing. I know that you might be on Blue Sky and so you might think the same thing, but it's just not.
This city is your city.
It's not.
And this
Sorry.
democracy is yours too.
Yeah, divide and conquer. Yeah.
X is almost as bad as Blue Sky now, anyway.
Is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city.
Jesus.
It's about people like the woman I met on the BX-33 years ago who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall.
15-day? Holy shit.
Who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Was fake? Yeah, I don't know about that.
This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you.
I think that basically this guy, I think he's capitalizing on the same thing that Trump capitalized on. This is basically just the left-wing version of it.
Yep.
Fundamentally, what he's really saying, I think a lot of you guys pretty much agree with, right? That, like, there are a very small select group of people that are consolidating power inside of the country, and the average person doesn't see the fruits of their labors. This is something that I think a lot of people agree with. Now, you might disagree with his way of solving the problem, but I think that he's correct in diagnosing it.
The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force.
Yeah.
Because
He's a
of
leftist
you,
populist.
we will make this city one
For sure.
that working people can love and live in again.
We'll see.
With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard
See, that's the shit that Republicans need to do. They need to go out and push that even harder.
conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics.
He hates whites? Oh, I would never vote for... As a white person, I would never vote
Yeah,
for
he
this
does
guy.
hate whites.
Never. Not in a million years.
Mm-mm.
Even though I agree with him on a lot of these topics, I would never vote for him
I
just
agree
very
with
simply
him.
because
I
he said
don't
he
agree
wanted
with
to
the
tax white
action
neighborhoods.
and the way he's going about it.
No, that's an instant disqualifier from me. I'm a white person. I don't want to have somebody who's going to tax me because of my skin color. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
He never did. He did.
Now I know
Just that. Yeah.
that I have asked for
Yes, just that. Just that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know.
I do have to say that I do hope that I hope that it doesn't like go to shit, if you want me to be honest. I do. I mean, there's a lot of
worry
people who
that
live
it
in New
will.
York. New York is like, you know, the main city that everybody in the world knows America
Especially
has.
since millions of
I
them
do hope
don't
that it doesn't go
leave.
to shit.
So we'll see.
Held it
A
in
lot of people say it
anticipation
will.
of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn.
We'll see.
To my campaign team, who believed when no one
Elon
else
says
did,
policies would be catastrophic. I'm sorry, but I can't really, like, I mean, I get that, like, I mean, I like Elon, but, like, a lot of rich people are going to say that the guy that wants to tax rich people has bad policies. Like, I mean, I think there's a little bit of a bias there, right?
and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more. I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today.
The Nepo
I'm
baby.
so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama,
He's married, but he married for riches.
Hayati, There is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment.
Oh, where is she?
Lucky guy.
To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come.
That's again the reason why people voted for him is not for some fucking like abstract political play or whatever. They want him to make their everyday lives better. A lot of young people voted for him because their life sucks and they want to just change it in whatever way they can.
The city
Who
instead of
feared that we
moving.
would be condemned only to a future of less. With every
Mayors can't do
election
that?
consigning us simply to more of the
I
same.
think that there is a very likely outcome that him taking. I think this is if you want my prediction, you know, we can clip this and go back to it, you know, after he's done being mayor. I think that what's going to happen is that he's going to become the mayor. I think that he will probably get 1 or 2 out of the 10 policies that are like his top 10 passed. I think that he'll look at those kind of as a W, and then otherwise he'll probably get blocked. You know, sued in lawsuits, in some other form of funding dispute. There's some other sort of legal reason, and a lot of the other things he probably won't actually be able to do. And I think that people who support him will say that he was being like effectively like suppressed, and people that are against him would say that, hey, look at this, we tried this and it didn't work. I think that's probably what's going to happen.
But unfortunately,
Again,
social.
like just overall, I think that's
again.
very pessimistic view.
I think it's realistic.
So same as everyone's. Yeah, I don't think things are going to change. So leftist Trump? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. Yep.
And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn.
Just being realistic. That's what I think is going to happen.
We have answered those fears.
But we'll see.
Tonight we have spoken
Wrong
in
song.
a clear voice. Hope is alive.
How likely is it a Mossad
Hope is a
agent?
decision that
This guy's
tens
Mossad.
of thousands of New Yorkers made day after
Guys.
day. Volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we
Oh, for
cast our
voting.
ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible.
Sure.
And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do.
I think there's a lot of there's an undertone of this too that is also like, it's kind of what I said before about like young people, where a lot of young people feel like they're disenfranchised from politics because politics is somehow still controlled by baby boomers. And because of that, I think that a lot of young people feel like you have these older politicians that are writing checks that they're never going to have to cash, while young people don't have any power. So there's a lot of people that voted for this guy, absolutely, because like one of the big reasons why is because he's a lot younger. Like if this guy was, let's say, like 70 years old, I don't think he would have
Like
gotten
Bernie.
the same motion that he did. Now, he might have still won, and it might have been differently successful, but I don't think it would have been this same type of success. And I think this type of success was driven also by the fact that it is one of the first times where a very young person like this has taken office in an area. What do you consider young people? In politics, under 50.
Yeah.
In American
Yeah,
in
under
politics,
50.
under 50.
I would agree.
Standing before you I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new.
You guys have to admit, if none of these policies actually go through for whatever reason, this speech is going to look pretty bad.
So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt.
Yep, see? It's exactly, that's what people are mad about, for sure.
Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia.
See how many people are cheering for that?
An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free.
I agree with making buses free. I don't agree with why he wants to make them free. I hate the idea that you want to make buses free because people will be criminals and they'll commit crime if they aren't free. I think that is like such a horrible mentality to have. But I do think I'd be fine with public transportation being free. Does that make sense? The logic behind it.
Why didn't he say
safe?
subways?
Yeah, exactly.
He should have just said subways.
They shouldn't be free? I mean, I don't know. I think they should. I mean, we could just, could just pay for it. It can't run for free? Well, obviously not. You pay taxes. Like, people pay taxes, and that's the way you do it.
And obviously deliver universal child care across our city.
That'd be a lot. If he delivers on just that, that would be insane.
Years from now,
that would be crazy.
May our only regret be that this day took so long to come.
And that's also another thing that young people care about a lot. Like, childcare is something that I would say under 40s is like, that's, at least with kids, right? That's probably like a top 3 issue for them.
Age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered.
Man.
Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation.
I think that's a good idea, by the way, is to have people that are trained specifically in dealing with certain types of people. Like, having police officers be a Swiss Army knife for every single person with a problem is just you're just waiting for a mistake to happen.
Across government, not the exception.
Yeah, there should be a spectrum.
In this new
specialists,
age we make for ourselves.
Smart.
We will refuse to allow
they want no
those
police?
who
I don't believe that.
In division
ridiculous.
And hate to pit us against one another. In this moment,
I don't really think that, like, division and hate, like, whenever you're giving thank you to people and then you're doing it based off of like race or something like that, I think that just bringing that up at all creates division. I think it does.
In political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love.
I think so.
Whether
It's been
you are an
overpromising.
immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single
black people, black women all work at the federal government, okay?
I'm still waiting
They were
for
all
the
on
cost
the
of
Department of
groceries to go
Education.
down.
Yeah.
Or anyone else with their back against the wall. Your struggle is ours too.
My perspective, like, like with the trans stuff and everything, like I heard that they were talking about like paying for trans surgeries. I don't think the government should be in any role for paying for, you know, any sort of like gender reassignment surgery. Like that should have to come out of a person's own pocket. I mean, I think if somebody wants to go through it, they should be able to go through it. But like taking somebody's tax dollars and then assigning it to that, I don't think that's fair. That's a bit too much. It's cosmetic. Yeah, it's basically cosmetic surgery. I mean, and under the logic, like here's the problem,
cosmetic
right,
surgery.
is that there's a lot of people that don't like the way that they look in one way or another, and they want plastic surgery, and if they don't get it, they're going to hate themselves. I think fundamentally, being trans is another version of that. And I don't think you should pay for people's plastic surgery. So you shouldn't pay for people's like gender reassignment surgery.
Agree.
It's a waste of money. Yeah. And also, like, I mean, it would be one thing if we were already able to pay for, you know, people's, everybody's insulin. If we were already able to pay for everybody's, you know, like childcare, everybody's, you know, like 50 other things, right? You know, like cancer costs and stuff like that. But like, how is it that like that is something that you're going to emphasize paying over things that are like, you know, much more serious, like cancer, for example? You see what I'm saying? Hair transplants? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I don't think you should be, yeah, there should not be government funding for hair transplants, obviously, right?
Oh.
You could for insulin. It's actually, it's not actually expensive. Yeah. Well, I'd be okay with that. But like, my point is that gender reassignment surgery being paid for by the government is like at the very bottom of the totem pole for like universal free healthcare. Like you've got to go through, you know, pediatric care, you know, pregnancy care. You've got to go through elder care. You've got to go through cancer care. And if you go through all of those and you still have some money left over, then maybe we can talk about it. But that should definitely not be at the top of the list. Totally illogical.
And we will build a city hall.
Oh, that's more expensive?
Steadfast.
Yeah, I know.
Alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
I think this will definitely radicalize people. This type of language will, for sure. Because, like, you can't go and shout out, you know, Jews and Muslims and not say anything about Christianity and then imply that you're not going to be able to win because of Islamophobia. You are absolutely going to radicalize people with stuff like this. 100%. Or atheists? Yeah.
This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another.
And I think also this is another big issue is that a lot of you guys that live through, you know, like you're around my age, you remember what it was like whenever we had to play by the rules of Christian identity politics? Where, you know, Grand Theft Auto was getting banned, Marilyn Manson was turning kids into gay Satanists, and Metallica wasn't, you know, like Metallica was also for, you know, the devil. I don't want to have to live through that again. I don't. But I think that the more that, you know, Muslims or Jewish people or anybody of any religion really starts creating identity movements and attaching political movements to that religious identity, I think that we will probably start seeing a reflexive action from Christians that are doing it as the opposite. I think that's what's going to happen. Because, like, it's kind of like I said about white people, right? It's like, you know, obviously Christians are not going to let Jewish people and Muslims just play identity politics and not do it themselves. Of course they're going to start doing it. And there are a lot of Christians in the country, which will, again, I do not want to have to deal with that again. And it's unfortunate that it seems like we will.
We will prove
so annoying
that there is no problem
this
too
is a new
large for
age
government to
Christians
solve
where it's like,
and no
if you're not a
concern
Christian,
too
we're not
small
forcing
for it to
beliefs
care
on
about.
you.
I saw a lot of people that were pretty upset about there's no
Really
concern
shouldn't
too
be
small for the
forcing.
government to care about. It's like, oh no, like, I don't know, like it sounds good, but man, sometimes the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right?
Yeah.
For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality
website.
and to convince. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour.
Based, by the way. Totally agree with this one.
They want the people to fight amongst ourselves.
Completely
so that
agree
we
with this one.
distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system.
This is, as I said, you know, I was 80-20 with this guy. 80 against 24. This is the 20.
We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us.
The real enemies are making $5 an hour.
We will usher in
Those are the
a
illegals, so yeah.
generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves.
I think that these people are just another brand of authoritarianism at
Yeah.
their peak. Authoritarianism
They
is when
definitely are.
somebody else controls the reins of power.
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only
That's a
how
good
we
one.
stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
Next one. See, I like that you said that, because that's the one you're really going to have to worry about. I think that there's a lot of conservatives and people that are Republicans that are angry at Trump for not being more extreme. Like, you definitely have some people that are like, oh my God, the
Need to be
raids are
more
too much,
Trump
they're too
vocal
bad, you shouldn't
about-
do mass deportations.
It needs to be the
But you
rest
have
of the
some
party
other
that needs to get
people,
more vocal. The rest of the GOP.
they have a bit of a different view on this. And it's really the next one or the one after that. Those are the ones you really got to worry about.
So Donald Trump,
JD Rubio.
since I know you're watching,
JD.
I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Doesn't make any sense.
That's
So that
clever.
we can listen.
Jesus.
Oh,
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put
That probably
an end to
happens.
the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks.
I don't know how you're going to do that as a mayor. Like, I'm
You're-
sorry.
yeah,
Like, I
I'm
like
sure
the idea
that-
of this. This sounds really good, but I don't know how a mayor of New York is going to do this. I don't.
We will stand
I don't know.
alongside
You're
unions
governor,
and
maybe.
expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
them.
That was a good one.
Immigrants should be able to get into power in the government office.
I wish. Can you please fucking distinguish between legal and illegal immigrant?
Mm-hmm.
If somebody's here illegally, I think it does a really big disservice to people like him, honestly, whenever you're saying, like, yeah, both bad. Well, I think one's definitely worse than the other, right? Like, I don't want to argue about legal immigration, but, you know, I think you really should definitely look at it. Immigrant that's illegal? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think legal immigrants hold power like him.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
Oh, that's easy.
When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high.
Only 58 days left in a year?
We will meet them.
Yeah, getting very close to the end of the year.
All right, I'm ready to see
once
this.
said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all.
They don't want to work. You hear that?
As bold as the one we have all
They don't want no job that requires extra labor.
The conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist.
That's what gets the cheers.
Yeah.
And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
That it?
And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back.
Okay. Wait a sec. Wait. Let me pause. Let me go back. Overall, I think that was a pretty good speech. It was. I think he did a really great job. Like, in terms of, like, delivering it and everything.
It was a good delivery.
And everybody was going along with it. I thought it was really good. He did a great job. I didn't agree with a lot of it.
Yeah.
But he's a good talker. He is. He's a great talker. And, yeah, it's clever. And, he's charismatic. Yeah, he does a pretty good job. People have lost their minds. Yeah, of course people have lost their minds. Because they don't have any fucking money. They don't have any fucking money. They feel like they're being ignored by the political system. And they don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. So, yeah, of course they're fucking mad. Absolutely they are.
Yeah.
100%. I don't agree with a lot of policies, but to be honest, he's based. I don't dislike him. I dislike a lot of things. Like, disliking a person, I generally try to avoid. I just look at, like, what different things people are, like, doing or not doing. Trump got elected for the same reason. Yeah, I think this guy is basically like a miniature left-wing version of Trump. I think that if you did a Venn diagram of the people that get motivated to vote for somebody like Trump and the people that get motivated to vote for somebody like Zoran, I think that would be a much closer circle than you would imagine. Or those circles would be much closer than you would imagine. I do. I think that this is actually very similar. You saw Mandami block Hassan from entering? Well, I think that was a mistake, but I'm not sure. The mirror opposite? Yeah. And I do. Because, and again, the reason why false, okay. All right. Think whatever you want. I don't need to, I don't like convincing people. But I'll just explain it like this. This guy, voting for this guy is like saying fuck you to every single person that has been in office, that is in office, and all of the policies that currently exist. It's a big fuck you. The same as Trump was. People that are disaffected, that feel like the government doesn't care about them, and they want to be represented, they will go after guys like this or guys like Trump, and they will go with them.
Yeah.
It's not that much different.
It's not complicated.
It's a different flavor, but they're both ice cream. That's all I'm saying. I know people might not want to hear that. But in
you have
time,
to worry
people
about
will realize.
the Islamic background, though, unfortunately. Because it just has a lot of dirt that comes with that type of name. His son is cancer. See? Crazy. Let's see what Dudron has to say about Mr. Mamdani.
You Muppets. So what do people think about it? Let's have a look. This is gonna get, man, it's gonna be a war zone. Spectator Index, Zoran Mandami wins New York mayoral. I never heard of that word before. Mayoral election.
Mayoral.
GG. Breaking, Zoran Mandami wins the New York City mayoral race. Okay, NBC News. Oh my god. What? New York Post. Zoran Mandami wins 2025 New York City mayoral election. And then we've got, on your marks, get set, Zoe, Socialist Mamdani wins race for the mayor, the Red Apple. Ooh, we've got hammer and sickle here.
It's a little rough from New York
in
Post.
America, that doesn't work though, because red is Republicans. So what are you trying to tell us here? Man, could you imagine if he's like, and by the way, now that I've won, I was Republican all along. He goes conservative on you. Christian nationalist, in fact. Oh, that would be incredible. If Omar Fateh wins in Minneapolis, it will become an Islamic shithole. If Zoran Mandami wins in New York City, it will become an Islamic shithole. Muslims should not hold office. Is this something I don't understand? Is it like a joke, a word? Should not hold office in the USA. Their religion is incompatible with the Constitution. This guy won. I have to say, not my favorite candidate.
No.
When it comes to this one, though, I'll have to make a dedicated video because I think this guy is even worse news. I think worse. But in Minneapolis, horrible. I think it's worse. But whatever.
And he lost.
Mayor-elect of New York City. Oh, look at this hand. This is dangerous, guys. What if this becomes my heart goes to you, though? So at the moment, it's just my heart. What if this is my heart goes, he wins? You'll see what we've been warning about. I hope not. That's what I'm going to say. I really hope not. But I'm going to say a few of the things that I'm going to predict. And then if I'm wrong, fantastic. Who else can't wait to watch Trump lose his shit when Mamdani wins? I see a Canadian flag here. So, I mean, Marlon Robertson, you've got your own problems to take care of. New York. Wow. Oh my gosh, look at this. I mean, there is the whole thing about taxing people based on whether or not they're white. That one is the one that we need to really talk about. New York City, if Mandani wins. All right, man, this looks like shit. Then again, though, while the right wing is in power, I don't think this level of propaganda shouldn't be able to happen. Now, will there be problems when it comes to the sort of economic policies and taxation and all that kind of stuff? I think so. Crime, I do imagine that there might be problems when it comes to crime due to his opinions on police.
And releasing people
force.
from prison.
I think that will be a problem. Once again, if I'm wrong, fantastic, good. But this level is, I think, it cannot happen if the right wing is in power, like at the federal level, I mean.
And military uniform with the clown nose on. Just like happy, sad, frowny face.
To shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs
All with the
to
red
more
clown
expensive
nose.
homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods.
I find that disgusting. This is why I don't like him. And I don't care what he says. This is a racially racist, derogatory, and unjust taxation. To me, it's un-American.
Explain why you are bringing race into your tax proposal.
Exactly.
That is just a description of what we see right now. It's not driven by race. It's more of an assessment of what neighborhoods are being undertaxed versus overtaxed.
So no plans to change that language on your website?
The focus here is to actually ensure a fair property tax system.
Unbelievable. What a snake! That's a snake answer.
He's a snake oil
That's a
salesman.
snake answer. She. Look at this. Look at this. Look
Exactly
this
what
is
Mondani is,
exactly
snake oil
I
salesman.
don't like him, and I think he's the worst candidate. And this was a major mistake, New Yorkers. This was a major mistake.
Don't find out.
She literally read it as is. You want to tax white people more in whiter neighborhoods. And then she asks, why are you making it racial? And he says, no, we're not making it racial. It's just an observation of the situation. And so she says, well, if you're not making it racial,
It's like an
will you
observation of
change the
blacks
way
being
it's
the ones
phrased?
committing black on black
Meaning,
crime.
perhaps you could say, we will tax richer, higher income areas more. You don't have to say white. And to that, he
More than white on white
completely
crime.
dodged the question.
Or white
and
on black crime.
deflected.
Or police on black crime.
The focus here is to actually ensure a fair property tax system.
Which basically is telling you, in order for this to be fair, we need to keep white. Because it's white people we want to target. And also because it's a virtual signal. And also because blue non-whites are gonna love it. There are plenty of conservatives who are black or brown or Asian and are gonna look at this and say this is nonsense, and centrists. But a lot of people on the Democratic side will love this. And then there is gonna be the, of course, suicidal empathy, self-loathing whites that are gonna be like, oh yeah, that's right, with a whip on themselves because we are the oppressor and colonialism and reparations. And he needs to keep that because it works on that kind of people. So he's not going to remove it because it's exactly what he wants, to target white people exclusively.
And that the use of that language is just an assessment of the neighborhood.
It's just an assessment of the neighbor. Unbelievable. No, it's not. That's a lie. That is a lie if I've ever seen one. The use of that language is just an assessment of the neighborhood. Not a chance in heaven and hell. Dear New York City, when Commie Mamdani wins and you realize the hell you voted for, stay the hell out of red states. We don't want you. Well, to be fair though, if people, because we have to understand this, even blue states have Republicans in them, right-wingers and centrists, right? It's not like because it's a blue state, every single individual who lives there, whether it be California or whether it be New York, is a Democrat, right? What if it's a few Republicans that want to go to a red state that were from New York? If you appreciate my content so far and wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any possible backlash, please support this channel on Patreon. Any support helps me and my team of academics keep the channel strong and gives us the means to fight back against the political rewriting of history. Stand with us, defend the truth. Mamdani wins, New York City is cooked. If Mamdani wins, Curtis Silva should be shamed for life for betraying New York City. Okay, this guy is dancing, unless he's AI, I don't know at this point. Bernie Sanders, what does he have to say? 1 second, sorry, I was having a little biscuit. Mamdani won. The establishment is in panic. Billionaires are raising money against him. Trump is ranting. Islamophobes are on the loose. Of course he's going to say Islamophobes. Absolutely imbecile. We're talking about a mayor. Okay, they know what we know. Candidates who stand boldly with the working class can win not only New York City but anywhere. Let's stand with Zoran. This is the thing: is he gonna stand with the working class if part of that working class is white and Christian? Mamdani won as if there was ever any doubt. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't doubt it. I did think that he was going to win. Yes.
I knew it was
To
gonna
be
be close,
clear,
though.
this post from Donald Trump is blatantly anti-Semitic. As a Jewish American, I hope Zoran Mamdani wins in a landslide. What's the post? Any Jewish person that votes for Zoran Mamdani, a proven and self-professed Jew hater, is a stupid person. How is this anti-Semitic? You've got to stop. Okay, you've got to stop calling everything anti-Semitic. How about you only call anti-Semitic stuff anti-Semitic? It would really help taking you seriously. You know, this post, this statement, I actually don't know what Mamdani allegedly said about Jews. But this statement by Donald Trump can only be two things. It's either accurate and truthful, or it's false and misrepresentative of truth. Full stop. There is no way, shape or form that this can be considered anti-Semitic. In fact, if anything, let's say for a moment that it's true, and Mr. Mamdani hates Jews, as Donald Trump suggested. Then in that case, his statement could not possibly be anti-Semitic. If anything, it's pro-Semitic. And instead, let's say that after careful investigation, Mamdani is not a Jew hater, and in fact he freaking loves the Jews. Or maybe he's indifferent. Doesn't matter. In that case, it would make this statement by President Trump incorrect. not anti-Semitic, even in that situation. So what are you on about, Matt? What are you on about? He, him, Black Lives Matter. Be careful, because I'm allied with a blue Jew. I'm going to send the blue Jew against you. Yeah, look at this. Democrat Zohran Mandami wins New York City, first Muslim mayor. Why do you spell it like this? Democrat Abigail wins Virginia, first female governor. Democrat Mikey wins New Jersey. MAGA racists don't know what's coming. I would like to underline, Mr. Melancholy, that women, female, are not a race. I mean, sometimes it does feel like we're two separate species, so I'll be honest with you. But as far as I understand biologically, female are not a race, and Muslims are not a race. What this means is that this racist here, which you capitalize for absolutely no grammatical reason whatsoever, has nothing whatsoever to do with any reaction from the MAGA subsection of the right wing. Now, does it? Man, I swear, this idea that if you criticize Islam or Muslims in any way, shape, or form, it makes you a racist, you gotta drop this. It's just ridiculous. You're buffoons at this point. You're buffoons. Also because, once again, I thought you were pro-women. I thought you were feminists. I thought you were pro-LGBTQ. I thought you were pro-gay. I thought you were pro-transgender. Empowered women. Well, Islam is not about that. Is it? In fact, Islam is the very opposite of everything I just stated. Now, do I know how much of a fervent Muslim he is? I haven't got a clue. I guess we'll see. And this idea, I swear, that no one can say this, and then they tell you, no, are you being racist? You have a problem with, you keep complaining and crying about Christian nationalism, but people can't say anything about Muslims and Islam? It's unbelievable. The hypocrisy. Welcome to London, coming soon to New York City if Mamdani wins. But yeah, that does not look like the London that I remember, to be honest. Get mad all you want, but here's the fact, says Pastor Greg Lockie. Wow, 200,000 followers. I need to step up my game here. If Mamdani wins New York City, it'll be turned into a war zone, a wasteland, and an Islamic invasion beyond comprehension will ensue. Anyone telling you he's the best candidate is ignorant and complicit in a terroristic takeover. Well, look, I don't think he was, the best candidate. I don't think so. No, I don't like him as a candidate personally, and I wish he lost, but I did not think he would.
Yeah.
With that being said, once again, New York is inside the United States of America, so I do think the conditions of New York might get worse due to this mayor, particularly when it comes to crime and specifically for white people and Christians. That's what I think. And I'm not only saying that because it's Muslim. I would say that about every progressive, by the way, when it comes to positions against white people and Christianity. But of course, it's not like Muslims like Christians, usually. I think New York is going to get worse, personally. And I hope I can be proven wrong. But I think this is a bit of an exaggeration. It's not like the federal government is not going to allow this. But then again, we'll see. Unbelievable. What does the king say?
They rigged the election. Oh, I see. So basically what happened is that, yeah. So these are the different parties, and you can run for multiple parties. So the Protect Animals Party and also the Republican Party nominated Curtis Silwa, and the Working Families Party, I'm assuming, and then also the Democratic Party nominated Zohran Mandami. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Zohran? It's Zohran, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Zohran. Yeah, this is a intentional misunderstanding. And let's see if I can find any more of this here. And so, and this kind of stuff, because it's just misinformation. It's intentional misinformation. If you designed a ballot to confuse voters...
I hate misinformation, by the way. I just debunked something that was incorrectly pushed, and on the video yesterday night, you probably didn't get a notification for that one because it didn't do well compared to the others. It's the one about Winston Churchill. You should check it out.
On purpose, it would look exactly like this one. They asked for voter ID, right? Is this confusing? I will say this. I think that this is just my opinion, but I think having the same person on the ballot twice is really confusing to people. And you should only have one person on the ballot for each party. Yeah. Like, you shouldn't be able to have the same person on for multiple parties at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, it is confusing. I think it's just bad design, right? They definitely tried, right?
Yeah.
But it's just confusing for people to see it. But the instructions explained it. the instructions explain this. Have you ever talked to a person? Like, have you ever talked to a person? You really think you're going to just, oh, well, it's explained to them. That doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
They're retarded. The average person is retarded. So you can't expect that to happen. Incorrect IDs aren't required, but address confirmation and signature are. Zorn is on twice because the nominee for both Democratic parties. Yeah, like, I think that just in general, playing the 9/11 clips is just not really going to work, man.
I was browsing through X, and I did think that, because I was actually wondering how old he would have been back in the day.
It's not like he was supporting 9/11. He actively said that he didn't support Hassan at a debate. At a debate, he actively said that. I mean, what more do you want him to do? Muslims died to it? Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, so American brains are fried. I understand that a lot of people have criticisms of Muslims or of Islam, etc.
As we should.
But I don't really think this is a very strong point to make. I just don't think so. I'm sorry, I don't think so.
At that point, I think personally that a stronger point to make rather than 9/11 would be to discuss the current condition of Europe and what happens when you have a lot of mayors who are Muslims. Look at in England, for example, and in general migrants from Muslim countries, and how they interact with the local population. And when I say they, because if you're a radical leftist, you're still going to think I'm racist anyways, so I'm just wasting my time.
Our election is rigged. No ID is required. If you don't need an ID to vote, that's retarded.
Yeah, that is awful. Yep. You should always have ID. And it's insane. Like, who the heck would think that it's a good idea unless you're trying to rig? Yes, absolutely. Unless you want, like, freaking illegals to vote and non-citizen to vote. Let's see, or people voting freaking twice with a beard on. So unless that's what you're trying to achieve, there is no other reason as to why you would be like, no, you shouldn't have citizen ID. No ID required, no problem. So there is no other way. So I think you have to think that that's a good idea. It just goes beyond me to think that there can actually be real human beings that don't have a shady plan, that don't have a shady reason to support this idea of not having ID. With that being said, do you really think, 0 Hour, that a state like New York, or California for that matter, would really need to rig their elections to elect a ultra-progressive here? As I pointed out on this post on X of mine, I say, to my fellow right-wingers who say that Zoran Mamdani won because of election fraud, brother, it's New York City. Of course he won. What planet do you live on if you really think that the guy needed to cheat with election fraud to win in one of the most blue states that has ever rainbowed? Not every election that doesn't go the way you would prefer is a stolen election, for crying out loud. He hates whites, he hates Trump, he hates the rich. Is he rich? Does he hate himself? He is Muslim, he's not white, he is progressive, and they love that shit over there, with some exceptions. Do you really think blue-haired white liberal women, en masse, would have voted Republican in New York City? Laughing out loud.
I'm sorry. I think that is absolutely fucking retarded. You should 100% need an ID to vote.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's rigged. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean you don't have an ID to vote? Yeah, what is this? Also, your Twitter algorithm is mad racist? I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm sure other people are going to get different versions of it. But I do wish, by the way, you're bringing up a very good point. I wish that there was an aggregation system on Twitter that just showed the most talked about and the most...
The algorithm is racist. Guys, I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say this. Islam is not a race. Muslim is not a race. So if someone doesn't like Islam, it does not make him a
Hey everybody, welcome back to another video. Today we are playing some Caitlyn in the jungle with this rune page right here. We are going for one shot, one kill. Well, one ultimate, one ace in the hole, one kill Caitlyn in the jungle. This should be very fun. It's kind of like a challenge, but also something I have done before. I don't know if you guys remember, but it was actually last year we did Caitlyn jungle, and it was really, really satisfying. We actually got our ulti to be very high damage, but I noticed one particular issue that video. It's still live, by the way. It's a year old or so. That video, I forgot to build more crit. My ulti, which is the thing I'm going to try to max the damage of this game, does damage based off the bonus AD, 100% bonus AD ratio. This is what happens when you yap and you try to clear at the same time. It's fine. 100% bonus AD ratio, but in the fine print, deals up to an additional 50% based on Caitlyn's critical strike chance. Yeah, I did not read the fine print. So that video, I only had 25% crit. And then the rest of my items were lethality items. So what I'm going to try to do this game is get a bit more of a mix, right? We're going to get a bit more of a mix. We're going to try to do half lethality, half crit, because at the end of the day, for those who didn't know what lethality does, it It's basically like flat armor penetration. So if you see I have 34 armor, right? 34 armor is equivalent to 25% reduced physical damage. If I had 34 lethality, I'm doing 25% more damage. So that's how that works. So we're gonna do a combo. Lethality build, plus AD, plus crit. It's gonna be a beautiful game. Just kidding. Go next. We lost. Yo, team chill. Team chill. No. Oh, no. My clear is, kind of rough because I'm yapping. The thing is, I try to explain what I'm doing every video, especially for those who don't play League anymore. I got a lot of comments of people saying they don't play League anymore. So I want to make sure I complain things thoroughly, but sometimes I lose clear speed for that. Oh, nice. She ended up getting both. Definitely could have cleared faster if I was more focused on the clear there, but it's okay. Oh. Oh. Put a trap there. Put a trap there. Put a Q here. No way I missed. Oh, that was clean. Oh, the bear. Do we have bear spray? Or whatever they use these days. I don't know. All right. Anyway, not bad. Not bad. Let's pretend I didn't miss the Q, please. Please and thank you. Oh, dude, I could put a trap right there. That'd be cool. I'm selling the post. You know what? 5 gold is fine. I can wait it. It's okay. Well, excellent start so far. Let me explain the first item. First item is Hubris. We are going to get the most AD possible off a single item. This is essentially what, like, the AD version of a Magi Soul Stealer. So takedowns are going to make this give me a ton of AD, like 100 plus AD on the single item. Also, it gives me some lethality, which is great for the ulti. Let's just keep clearing. And by the way, while I'm clearing here, if you guys could check if you're subscribed, you know, it helps a ton when you guys sub to the videos. Tells YouTube the videos are good. Leave me a like as well, and leave me a comment on what you guys want to see next. I promise you, your comments are not going unread. This idea was from a comment. It reminded me that I should do this, so please keep them coming. I'm trying to heart the comments that are like the ideas that are good. If you wrote me a comment of like a suggestion and I didn't heart it in like 3 videos, it's probably not good. Yep, I'm looking at you, Skarner guy. Yeah, Skarner, not a good idea. But you know, any other ideas? Keep sending them. We'll play Skarner when he's actually fun and good. You know, he's actually getting buffed soon, though. He is getting buffed. Might have to play him, actually. There's someone here. Where's their support? Oh, their support is a minion. Yo. 4. There's 4 of them. Look, think real fast. There's 4. There's one that stopped moving. There's one. Oh, no. I got a bear trap. Wait, this is a perfect counterpick to Volibear. Isn't it? Wait, what was that Talia R? Alright, well.
Someone call for a sheriff.
I have this.
Go.
Catch bear. Oh, man. Here we go. I kind of want someone else to take the lead here.
I cannot afford to falter.
It's funny that she was actually the minion there. Oh. Wait, will he clear that? I might be able to kill him if he does. I'm going to put my adaptive force. Oh, he's not here. Really? What about here? Where could he be? He has 2 giant spells already? Come on. He might be dead. Yes! That's such a big kill for us, actually. We're going to snowball. That is a massive kill for us. Massive, I tell you. Oh, random roaming minion. Wait, minion. Trap! No! Yes! Oh my god! The Caitlyn jungle game's a banger. Certified banger. I'm out of here. No way, no way, no way. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Man, I love jungle. I love this role. By the way, I want to ask you guys. I actually, I was like contemplating this. Do you guys enjoy watching jungle more than lane? Or do you enjoy watching lane more than jungle? Because I'm kind of like the jungle guy. I can play lane at a challenger level though, honestly. You gotta believe me. I can. But, I don't know, I'm just curious, like... Would you have preferred that I was playing, like I did a Caitlyn top video, like, 2 weeks ago, and it was pretty well received. People liked it. But, I wonder if, like... Do you guys prefer, like, let me know in the comments. Do you guys prefer jungle over lane over jungle, or both? Maybe even give me a percentage. Like, maybe, like, 80% jungle, and then, like, 20% lane? I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around, like, how I want to do the future content on the channels. I mean, I love jungle. I love it. I like lane too. Lane is fun. I think at the moment, I'm thinking like 80-20. That's why I said that. I think 80-20 is a good balance, but you guys let me know. I could press R just for money, because like first strike. Oh! I think she's dead. Oh! That is such a crazy outplay. Okay. Help me, help me, help me. Oh my god. Where's Quinn? I'm dead. See ya. Oh my gosh, they flashed on us. Wow, that Nico clone maneuver was really well. They all went for me. Oh, we missed our bombs there. That's not good. I don't think they can get this kill. All right, let's lock in. Lock and load. This is a very... Honestly, this is pretty hard to play against. I'm playing against Volibear. Even though I did, like, space them pretty well, it wasn't enough. I just... Too many numbers. Let's think. Let me think. Okay, so their jungler's still top. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be here in a second. Nope. That's not what I meant to do. It's okay. Let's go this way. Oh. Oh. Come on. Hello. Come on, a little bit more. Oh, man. Dodge that. Oh, Zilean has no R. I ran towards him because I thought he had R. Oh, and the Talia ulti didn't work. This guy is making it so hard for me now. It's okay, it's okay. I mean, you know, I honestly, after sidestepping this Shen, I could have kept running, but I ran towards the Zilean because I thought he pinged me that he was coming, but he didn't actually have his R. So my fault, I didn't look at it fast enough. I should have looked at his R. All right, no more dying though. No more dying. No more dying, please. Let's see if we get some kills bot. They're low. Also, now their Shen ulti is down, thankfully. Can we... I mean, if I go... I'm coming in. I think she's dead. Oh, no way. She lives. Oh, Kai'Sa's dead too. Maybe? Got her. Oh, okay, I got her. Wait, Zilean died? Oh, man. Oh, first strike gold. Don't mind if I do. Oh, they're so low. I'm sneaking behind Volibear. They have a ward? They still have a ward. I'm coming in. No Shen ulti to save you this time. Got her. Okay, I have to sidestep this guy. Dead. No, she sidestepped it. That was smart. That was actually smart. And I'll play these guys even harder. This is going to make a big difference. This guy's trolling, by the way. That is, you are griefing, mate. Huh? Don't let him go. Don't let him go. Oh my. Oh my. You know, guys, whenever I play Caitlyn jungle, it always does that. Whenever I net backwards, it always does that. I'm gonna stop netting because it looks dumb. Like I put my cursor here and I press E and it doesn't work. I don't know why that is. All right. Well, the bear is down. Maybe a gank towards Shen is warranted here, especially because he ruined a couple of my plays. I'm gonna need Quinn to engage him. Nice, nice job. That's all we needed. Oh, why did you flash? I think I got him. Won't happen again. I'm rusty. It's my first game. By the way, oh yeah, someone was asking me in the comments, like, why are you using I'm using normal cast, dude? It's actually something I started doing this year. I started doing control and then the key that I want to like kind of like aim. It just helps with aim. Like I do smart cast, but like sometimes you want to use both, you know?
It's my business to know what others do not.
I can maybe catch her, maybe with some damage here. Nah, I guess not. Damage at the moment.
I'm on the job.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go Herald here. I think Herald looks good. Or a gank on Shen. Yeah, actually, a gank on Shen looks good. Let's do that. Because we know Volibear's bot.
I will not tolerate lawlessness.
I have my ulti. Nice. He fell for it again. Aw. And we got him. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Pretty good. Let's grab this Herald now. Caitlyn jungle is honestly like... Thank you for the support on that one. But yeah, anyway, okay, tangent. Dude, ADC jungles are actually pretty good. Like, they're slept on. Okay, I'm trying to hit the eyeball. Trying to hit the eyeball there. Actually, you know what? I think his blue's up. Yeah. Oh, this is great. Give me the headshot. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go. Help me. Don't need a flash yet. Yo, he's mad. Yo. Oh, he got Shen ultied as well. Come on, that's a kill. We got one. Wow, they set the whole squad up here. Get the mid tower. There's just nothing we could have done there. I guess, you know what I could have actually done is if I dropped Herald after flashing, that would have been kind of genius. But yeah, I did not think about that, unfortunately. Okay, now I'm gonna go opportunity, right? Thoughts here. Opportunity gives you the most lethality in the entire game.
I'm back on the case. And
23, I believe. Is it lower for range champions? It might be a little bit lower for range versus melee, but either way, 23 lethality. Or we could do this one. Either way, this is my last lethality item. I'm gonna go crit. Come on, a little bit more damage. Oh, the barrier, but the bomb. Oh, nice, we got him. Here we go. Yo, don't leave me hanging. I think they die here. Ooh. Oh, come on, you guys got this one. Wow, why are they going so hard for the Caitlyn? Just ignoring everyone else, eh? I mean, they all died for it. Well, hopefully this guy dies. Maybe not. He did flash. Oh, nice. Nice job. Gonna have his W soon. You gotta hurry this up. Maybe. I think she's got it. Her flash is coming up in 9. Oh, let's go. Beautiful. I'm gonna go opportunity. Gonna go opportunity. Yeah. I think it's the play. It's more. Oh. If we get feats of strength, I can actually build the actually, if I can grab that. Let's try. It's 10 seconds on 2 objectives. They use a lot of flashes and stuff for me, so I'm feeling a lot more safe this fight. My ulti does 745, but it's gonna do way more with the... Oh no. Maybe kill? Maybe? Oh, she cloned it. No way. Got a Banshee's there. Not a Banshee's, the Edge of Night. We can maybe do something about this. I'm surrounding them, but I think they have Shen. They have Shen ulti. Thing is, I don't really want to give this away. She might run into my trap here. Let's see. Okay, Shenard. That's good. Most of that. I have ult, but I don't know if I can actually do anything. I guess I don't think I can defend that, unfortunately. That objective. Oh, Zillionor? Oh man, the Zone Otacon. I was hoping we could bait them into like an Otacon start there. Fortunately, and they have a lot of people that just... I completely outscale them. At some point, I will be able to R them. But man, there we go. The scaling. See, I told you guys. Every time I E, it does that. I don't know why. Going Heartsteel Volibear instead of the AP version. Wait, why is she so tanky? Oh. Come on, one more. Nice. Can we grab the Otacon? I would love to, trust me, but can we?
Let's crack this case wide open.
I can try. Put some wards everywhere here. Traps everywhere, wards everywhere. Got some nice traps and nice wards. Maybe doable. This would be a massive for us. We get a lot of adaptive force from it. Nice, beautiful. That's really, really good. So, oh yeah, people didn't know what Otacon did. So, Otacon gives you all the remaining flowers on the map. Like, it collects them all for you. If you guys ever play like a roguelike, you know when you pick up the magnets? It's like a magnet. And then it transforms all the flowers into superior versions of them as well. We get the spirit versions, which gives a little bit more XP and a little bit more adaptive force. And then also, anytime we... Or a flower for them. Yeah, it does a lot. And then also, actually, in a way, where it can affect, like let's say someone dies. Aw. Oh my gosh. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Man, my bad. It's really hard to play this game against their team. I keep dying. Let's go IE. At least I will be up for Baron. Or, well, I don't think they'll rush it. I'm gonna get blue trinket too. I keep dying. They might go Baron. I don't like how many times I've died this game, but it's like so hard to play with this team versus their team. This is the one downside of 80 carry jungle. Sometimes you get into team comps where like it's not great. Or not, well, it's great, but it's like hard to play. I'll actually buy a controller too. I'm not gonna net this time. I'm not. I refuse. I refuse. Yo, 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 yo. No, 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 me, please. I have no vision now. Cool. Nice. He's dead. Nice. Let's do a ward here. Ward here. I think we just do this. I don't think they know because they have Nico over there. Yo! Quinn! The squid is so tunneled on the Kaisa. Don't be like them. This looks like it's a free Baron. Nice. I saved my smite for the dragon. I don't think we'll make it in time, but you never know. Alright, 40% crit. Maybe I should have saved my blue trinket too. Oh, nice TP. Now Shen's gonna have 60 plus 35. I'm misclicking a lot. I'm rusty right now. Billion kind of trolled. He just wasted his time. What can you do? I don't know where he even put his wards because he has 0 wards. Did he not recall? Maybe he didn't. Oh yeah, I didn't recall. This is good. I think we're fine here. I have trap. It's actually really good. Whoa! Yo! I gotta play that. What is that? Oh my gosh, I tried to be cool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Never happen again. I'm sorry. I'm a lame. I'm a lame. I'm not cool at all. I'm a fool. Oh, you know what it must have been? I think Zillion sped up Quinn. I think that's what, right? I think so. That was fun. Nice, man, we're making... Oh, hello. Sidestepped. Oh, she thought she had me. I step here, I can get mana back because I'm a jungler. Look at that, mana rate 20.6. Oh! Yo, I'm just baiting them. This is great. Let me recall now. Okay, now IE's finished. And I think last, but of course not least, we are going Lord Dominic's or... No, yes, Lord Dominic's because it gives you crit and armor pen. So guys, wait, we didn't take... Why did we not take that? Oh well. My ulti says 1300, but it's gonna do way more with the lethality and all that. And the first strike. Oh, for those who don't know, also, first strike gives you more damage. Oh. How much does this do? No clone? Oh, the clone didn't work this time. Kind of scared to be here by myself. I'm gonna hit that blast cone. Hello. Oh, I missed. Oh my gosh, Quinn's going. We have Baron in 2 minutes. Their red's coming up though. That's nice. Got more XP as well. Nice. Oh, I wish he went to my traps. Got it. I got a trap. Dead. Ooh. One more? Oh, no quadra, but GG. Wait, can I build my item just to look cool? Just for the thumbnail. Do it for the thumbnail. Like, she'll end. It's 30 seconds. It's fine. Boom. There it is. There it is. 580, 75% crit. The lethality we have, 51 lethality, 40% armor pen. We didn't see my ulti at this point, but still a good Caitlyn jungle game. It was fun, and it was very hard, challenging, playing against their team comp, but we did it. All right, the damage chart, there you go. The most damage in the game as Caitlyn jungle, even though we were focused a lot this game, actually. Very, very impressive. We didn't get a one-shot anyone with the ult, but we still had a really, really nice damage. Like, we were doing 3,000 damage per auto, pretty much. The runes, First strike did 1,000. Pretty average stuff. And yeah, good. Rune page was good. Pretty standard. All right, guys, before you go, if you could leave a like on the video, leave me a comment on what you want to see next, and subscribe to the channel. It helps me a ton.